Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. There is a God at the center of Western civilization's oldest religious tradition, who was neither perfectly good nor perfectly safe, a deity his own worshippers admitted was capable of cruelty, desire, grief, and political maneuvering, and whom they worshipped anyway for thousands of years across every corner of the Mediterranean world. His name was Zeus, and the story of how he came to rule and what that rule actually meant is stranger, older, and more psychologically interesting than almost anything the popular image of the thunderbolt thrower suggests. Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. If you find this kind of history worth having in your nights, a subscription and a like help more people find their way here. New episodes arrive every week. What follows is the whole of it, the world that existed before Zeus was born, the violence through which he seized and held power, the gods and mortals whose lives intersected with his, and the long, slow arc of a religion that shaped how human beings understood justice, fate, and the sky above them for millennia. This is not a simple story, and Zeus is not a simple figure, which is precisely what makes the telling worth the time. Let the history begin where all histories of Zeus must, not with the god himself, but with the chaos that came before him. Chapter 1: The Age Before Order. The world that produced Zeus was not a world that began with goodness. It did not begin with light, or with a benevolent intelligence moving over the waters, or with a divine craftsman shaping matter into pleasing order. It began, in the Greek telling, with a gap, chaos, not as disorder in the modern sense, but as a vast, undifferentiated opening in which nothing yet had form or name or place. From that gap, three things emerged without parentage, without cause, simply as the first facts of existence. Gaia, the broad earth; Tartarus, the deep abyss beneath her; and Eros, the force of attraction that would make everything that followed possible. No one made them. They were not created so much as they arrived, the way a thought arrives before there is language to hold it. Gaia did not wait long before she began making things herself. From her own substance, without a partner, she produced Uranus, the sky that arched above her, and Pontus, the deep sea. Then she and Uranus together produced the first great generation of divine beings, and this is where the Greek tradition begins to populate its cosmos with figures of genuine consequence. The Titans numbered 12, 6 brothers and 6 sisters, immense in power and in the tradition's estimation, carrying in their names the first concepts the Greeks attached to the cosmos. Oceanus and Tethys, holding the encircling waters; Hyperion and Thea governing the lights of sky; Mnemosyne carrying memory itself; Themis embodying the deep structure of natural law. Cronus was among them, youngest of the brothers, and Rhea was his sister and eventual wife. Alongside the Titans, Gaia and Uranus produced 3 Cyclopes, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, whose names meant thunder, lightning flash, and bright, and 3 Hecatoncheires, each with 50 heads and 100 hands, beings of such overwhelming physical power that the tradition would return to them whenever it needed to describe force that exceeded ordinary divine scale. Uranus looked at what he had made and was afraid of it. This is the first thing the Greek tradition says about the exercise of power, that those who hold it fear what might take it from them. Uranus solved the problem the way a tyrant solves problems, by suppression rather than resolution. Each time the hecatoncheires were ready to be born, he pushed them back into Gaia, refusing to let them emerge into the world, and he imprisoned the Cyclopes in Tartarus. Gaia endured this for a time. Then her grief and her rage became something more purposeful, and she shaped a sickle, of adamantine in some traditions, of gray flint in others, and brought it to her children with a question: which of them would help her? Only Cronus answered. The youngest son took the sickle, hid himself, and when Uranus descended to lie with Gaia, Cronus reached out and castrated his father with a single stroke. The sky and the earth, which had been pressed together since the beginning, separated permanently, sky above, earth below, the gap between them now the space in which mortal and divine life would eventually unfold. From Uranus's blood, where it fell to earth, the Erinyes arose, the Furies, who would pursue blood guilt across the entire subsequent history of Greek mythology, never forgetting what violence had been done, never allowing it to go unanswered. From his blood where it met the sea, the foam gathered, and from that foam, drifting slowly toward the island of Cyprus on a current the tradition renders as unhurried and inevitable, Aphrodite took form. That the goddess of love and beauty should emerge directly from an act of violent severance is one of those juxtapositions the Greek tradition never bothered to resolve. It simply held them together, the way the world holds things that do not explain each other. Cronus now held the sky. He ruled what Hesiod would later call the Golden Age, an era before human labor, before suffering, before the grinding necessity of working the earth for food. Mortals in this age lived like the gods, free from toil, free from grief, fading gently into sleep at the end of long lives, as though dying were simply a deeper form of rest. It was by any measure a better world than the one that followed, but it rested on a foundation that Cronus understood was not secure, because the same forces that had brought him to power had also handed him a prophecy that one of his own children would take the sky from him, just as he had taken it from Uranus. The Golden Age was paradise administered by a tyrant who could not sleep easily. His solution was straightforward. When Rhea bore him children, Cronus took each one and swallowed it whole, Hestia first, then Demeter, then Hera, then Hades, then Poseidon. 5 divine children living inside their father, unable to grow or act or become what they were. Rhea's grief accumulated with each birth, and the tradition gives her very little to do with that grief except carry it, until the 6th pregnancy, when she traveled to Crete to ask Gaia and Uranus what she should do. They told her, and she followed their instructions precisely. She gave birth in a cave on the island, the specific site disputed even in antiquity, with the cities of eastern and central Crete each claiming the honor, and handed the infant to the nymphs Adrastea and Ida. Then she wrapped a large stone in swaddling clothes and brought it to Cronus. He took it and swallowed it without looking closely. The stone settled inside him alongside his 5 children, and Rhea returned to Crete, and the infant Zeus lay hidden in the dark of the cave, fed on honey brought by bees that the Greeks considered sacred to that place, and on milk from the goat Amalthea, tended by nymphs, guarded by the Curetes, armed young men or minor divine figures, the sources vary, who danced outside the cave entrance and clashed their bronze shields together whenever the child cried, so that the sound would not travel to Cronus on the wind. The stone Rhea had given Cronus was later recovered. It was set up at Delphi, the great oracle sanctuary at the center of the Greek world, where it was called the Omphalos, the navel of the earth, and anointed with oil by the priests there every day. Ordinary Greeks in the classical period could walk past it, a physical object in a known place, connecting the mundane geography of their world back to the moment before their history began. Whether they found that connection uncanny or simply familiar is difficult to say. The Greeks were accustomed to living in a landscape where the past had left physical residue. The stone sat in Delphi. The 5 swallowed gods waited inside their father. Zeus grew on Crete in the dark of a cave that smelled of beeswax and goat milk, protected by the noise of bronze on bronze, unrecognized by the cosmos he would eventually rule. What Cronus had done was buy time, not security. The prophecy had not been canceled by the swallowing. It had only been deferred, and the god who would fulfill it was already breathing the salt air of the Aegean, already alive in the world, hidden in exactly the kind of peripheral, unglamorous place where the most consequential things tend to begin. Cronus ruled his golden age on its foundation of imprisoned gods, and ate his meals and held his sky, and did not know that the particular child he had failed to swallow would one day make everything he feared come true. The sickle that had separated sky from earth had passed from Gaia to Cronus, and the pattern it had cut, the son who overthrows the father, the new order rising from the violence of the old, had not ended with Uranus lying wounded above the darkening sea. It had simply moved one generation forward, gathering toward the moment when a hidden child on a Cretan mountainside would grow large enough to pick it up. Chapter 2: Cronus and the Swallowed Gods. Cronus had ruled long enough that the Golden Age had settled into something that felt permanent. The earth produced its abundance without being asked. Mortals moved through their lives without the weight of labor or disease, or the particular anxiety that comes from knowing the future holds diminishment. The Titans governed the various functions of the cosmos with the competence of beings who had held their positions since before memory organized itself into history. By any external measure, the reign of Cronus was successful, and the terror that ran underneath it, invisible to everyone except Cronus himself, was the knowledge that success of this kind had a precedent, and the precedent had ended badly. He had taken the sky by force. He knew, therefore, that the sky could be taken by force. The prophecy that Uranus and Gaia had left him, that his own child would do to him what he had done to his father, was not a vague spiritual unease. It was a structural fact about how power moved in this cosmos, and Cronus understood it clearly enough to act on it before the threat had a face or a name. What he could not do was undo the prophecy. He could only manage it. Rhea bore him their first child, Hestia, and Cronus took the infant and swallowed her. The act was not rage, it was administration. A threat identified, a threat contained. Demeter followed, then Hera, then Hades, then Poseidon. 5 children, 5 disappearances, the same solution applied each time with the patient consistency of someone who believes that if a method works once, it will work indefinitely. The five gods lived inside their father in a condition the tradition does not elaborate on. The Greek mythological imagination was not particularly interested in the phenomenology of being swallowed, but they were alive, their divine natures intact, simply unable to grow into the figures they were meant to become. Rhea's grief is one of the quieter presences in the early Zeus tradition, and it deserves more attention than it usually receives. She had watched 5 children disappear into her husband's mouth, and she had no institutional recourse, no appeal available, no mechanism through which a Titan wife could resist a Titan king who had decided that his children were a threat. What she had was the 6th pregnancy, and the knowledge, kept to herself, that she was not prepared to accept the same outcome a 6th time. She went to Crete. The tradition says she consulted Gaia and Uranus, who told her both where to give birth and what to do, and she followed their instructions with the precision of someone who understood that she would have one opportunity and no margin for error. The cave on the island, whether on Mount Dicte in the east or Mount Ida in the central range, a question the Cretans themselves disputed with some civic feeling throughout the classical period, received her. The nymphs Adrastea and Ida were waiting. The child was born and placed in their care. Then Rhea did the thing the tradition remembers her for. She took a stone, large enough to be held like an infant, large enough to have weight when she carried it, wrapped it in swaddling clothes with the care she would have given an actual child, and carried it back to Cronus. He was waiting. She handed it to him. He swallowed it. The simplicity of the deception is part of what the Greeks found memorable about it. Cronus, who had overthrown his own father, who had held the cosmos under his administration for the entire Golden Age, who had correctly identified the pattern of divine succession and responded to it with consistent methodical action, was fooled by a wrapped rock. He did not look carefully. He did not hesitate. The prophecy had trained him to act immediately, and the very urgency of his response was what Rhea turned against him. The stone was later recovered after Zeus had forced his father to disgorge his swallowed children. It made its way to Delphi, as was noted, but it carried a secondary significance beyond its role as relic. It had traveled through the same passage as Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, and had come out the other side intact, and the Greeks appear to have found something satisfying in the image of the indestructible object substituted for the vulnerable one. The stone did what the children could not. It endured the swallowing without consequence, because there was nothing in it that could be harmed. After the stone, the Golden Age continued. Cronus held his sky. His court functioned. Mortals lived their charmed lives on an earth that gave without being asked. And on Crete, in a cave that smelled of honey and animal warmth, a 6th child was being raised by nymphs and guarded by the Curetes, whose bronze shields clashed together in a protective rhythm whenever the infant made a sound that might carry. The Curetes deserve a moment's attention because they are one of the more vivid details in the entire birth tradition. They were described variously as Cretan youths performing a ritual, as minor divine figures associated with the island, as spirits of the mountain. The sources do not agree, and the disagreement is itself informative because it suggests that the Curetes were genuinely old enough that by the classical period no one was quite sure what category they belonged to. What the tradition agreed on was the function. They danced in full armor around the cave, and the sound of their shields struck together in the patterns of their dance covered the infant's cries. The image is simultaneously martial and protective, a war dance repurposed as a lullaby, violence made into a kind of shelter. Cronus, meanwhile, was governing a cosmos that had one more occupied position than he knew about. The 5 swallowed Olympians waited inside him in a condition of suspended potential, unable to act, their divine natures folded inward on themselves, the entire future of the Greek cosmos contained in the body of the king who was trying to prevent it. Hestia had been the first in and would be the last out. The tradition on this point was consistent, the birth order reversed by the swallowing, the order of release running backward through the sequence of their disappearance. Poseidon, swallowed last of the 5, would emerge first. Hestia would come out with the stone, the 2 things Cronus had held longest disgorged together. The instrument of their release was already on Crete, drinking goat's milk in the dark. Metis, an Oceanid daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, whose name carried the specific meaning of practical wisdom, the kind of intelligence that solves problems rather than merely contemplating them, would eventually provide Zeus with the means to force the disgorging. The tradition places her in Zeus's life before Hera, before any of the great divine relationships that would define his reign, because her gift was the most foundational one, not power, not weapons, but the specific counsel that makes power usable. She prepared an emetic, a substance that would compel Cronus to release what he had taken. And when Zeus was grown and the time had come, she provided it. How it was administered varies by source. Some suggest it was mixed into Cronus's drink, others give the delivery to Zeus himself, but the outcome was the same. Cronus vomited up his children in reverse order. Poseidon first, then Hades, then Hera, then Demeter, then Hestia, and finally the stone, which came out last and was set aside for its eventual journey to Delphi. The 5 Olympians emerged unharmed, their divine natures intact despite however long they had spent inside their father. The tradition gives no sense that the imprisonment had diminished them or confused them. They knew immediately who they were and what they were for, the way the Greek gods always knew, because divine identity in this tradition was not something acquired through experience, but something inherent, waiting only for the conditions of its expression. What followed the release was not immediately a war. It was a recognition. The 6 children of Cronus and Rhea gathered, whole, in a cosmos that had been organized without them, and the question of what happened next was a question of whether Cronus would accept the situation or resist it. He resisted it. The resistance was, given everything, predictable. A figure who had spent the entire Golden Age swallowing his children to prevent a prophecy was not going to step back from power because the prophecy had partially fulfilled itself. The war that followed was 10 years in the making and 10 years in the fighting, and it would require more than 6 Olympians to win it. But before the war could begin, before the thunderbolt could be forged and the Hecatoncheires liberated and the Titans marshaled on their ridge and the new gods on theirs, Zeus had to become what the cave on Crete had been hiding, not an infant tended by nymphs, but the figure who would carry the pattern that had begun with Uranus's castration one final generation forward and ended. The Bronze Age had not yet been destroyed. The great heroes had not yet been born. The 12 Olympians had not yet taken their places on the mountain. All of that was still folded inside the future, waiting, the way the 5 gods had waited inside Cronus, for the moment that would release it. That moment was coming, and it was gathering itself on a mountainside in Crete. Chapter 3: The Birth on Crete. Crete sat at the southern edge of the Aegean world, close enough to the African coast that its winters were mild and its summers long, and it had been a place of human habitation and religious practice for longer than the Greeks could trace with any confidence. The Minoans had built their palace complexes there centuries before the Greek mainland cultures consolidated, and when the Greeks absorbed the island into their mythological geography, they absorbed along with it a sacred landscape already dense with old associations, caves that had been places of offering for generations before anyone thought to connect them to Zeus, mountain peaks that carried the residue of rituals older than the Olympian tradition. The Greeks did what mythological traditions tend to do with places older than themselves. They explained the antiquity by making it ancestral. Crete was old because the oldest things had happened there. The island had not merely witnessed the birth of Zeus, it had been chosen for it, which made its age a form of credential. The cave where Rhea gave birth occupied 2 possible locations in the tradition, and the disagreement between them was never resolved because resolution was not really the point. The city of Castro in the east claimed Mount Dicte. The communities of the central island favored Mount Ida, the highest peak in Crete, visible from most of the island on a clear day. Both sites had active cult histories. Both produced archaeological evidence of offerings reaching back well before the classical period. The dispute was civic as much as theological, a question of which community could claim the honor of proximity to the beginning, and the Greeks were comfortable leaving it open because 2 contested sacred sites served the tradition better than one settled one. What the tradition agreed on was the quality of the hiding. Zeus was not merely placed somewhere safe, he was placed somewhere that actively collaborated in concealing him. The cave received him. The island kept his secret. Adrastea and Ida, the nymphs who served as his first caretakers, are named in the sources with a specificity that suggests they were genuine figures in the cult tradition rather than decorative additions. Adrastea in particular carried associations with divine necessity and inescapable fate that gave her presence beside the infant a certain retrospective weight. The child who would one day hold the scales of fate was tended in his infancy by a figure whose name meant the inescapable one. Amalthea fed him. She was a goat, or in some versions a nymph who kept a goat, the tradition wavering between the 2 possibilities without apparent concern, and her milk sustained Zeus through the years of his Cretan childhood. When one of her horns broke, Zeus took it and gave it a property that the broken thing would not otherwise have had. The horn became inexhaustible, always full of whatever its holder needed, abundance generated from damage. The Greeks called it the cornucopia, the horn of plenty, and it passed through the tradition as a symbol of divine generosity, its origin in a goat's broken horn and a hidden child's gratitude, mostly forgotten by the time it became the decorative motif familiar in later art. The transformation from injury to abundance is a small mythological thought, the kind the tradition embedded in its material details without drawing attention to it. Honey supplemented the milk. The bees that produced it were considered sacred to the site, associated with the cave and with the divine presence it sheltered, and the tradition of sacred bees connected to Cretan Zeus worship persisted in cult practice through the classical period and beyond. The image of a hidden king fed on honey and goat's milk, tended by nymphs in a cave, while the world above remained unaware of his existence, carries a quality the Greeks seem to have found genuinely moving, not sentimentally, but in the way that beginnings seem significant in retrospect, when the distance between the starting point and the eventual arrival has become visible. The Curetes guarded the perimeter. Their dance is the detail that endures most vividly in the birth tradition, and it endures because it is simultaneously specific and strange. Armed young men, or divine figures, or mountain spirits, the category refused to settle, moved in patterns around the cave entrance, their bronze shields struck together in the rhythms of their movement, the metallic sound continuous and covering. The purpose was practical. Zeus cried as infants cry, and crying carried on the mountain air might reach somewhere it should not. The dance was the solution, and it worked because sound can be masked by louder sound, which is the kind of straightforward thinking that Greek mythology often embedded in its divine interventions. But the dance was also a ritual, and it survived as one. The Curetes were still being invoked in Cretan religious practice centuries after the mythological context that had produced them had receded into distant antiquity. A hymn discovered at Palaeocastro, the eastern Cretan site associated with Mount Dicte, addressed the greatest Kuros, the greatest divine youth, as a figure who leaped for the flocks and for the harvests and for the cities and for the ships, and asked him to come to Crete each year and take pleasure in the dance. The hymn was composed, scholars estimate, sometime in the Hellenistic period, but the cult it served was older. The dancing around the divine infant had become a template for a form of worship, the protective noise of bronze shields becoming an annual invocation of divine presence, the emergency improvisation becoming an institution. Zeus grew. The tradition says relatively little about this period, and the restraint is informative. The Greek mythological imagination was interested in the adult who would emerge, not in the childhood that produced him. There are no stories of Zeus as a boy performing prodigies, no early demonstrations of the power he would eventually wield, no childhood episodes that prefigure the king. He simply grew on Crete in hiding, learning nothing yet of the cosmos he had been born into. The cave held him. The island kept its secret. Cronus continued to govern his golden age on the assumption that the sixth child had gone the way of the first five. At some point, the tradition does not specify when or mark the transition with any particular event. Zeus was grown. He left Crete. The island had done its work, and the work was complete, and the next phase of the pattern required him to be somewhere other than hidden. Metis found him, or he found her. The tradition presents the connection as a given, the oceanid of practical wisdom, and the young god who needed it arriving at the same moment in the story. She provided the emetic. The 5 Olympians were released. The question of power, deferred for the entire Golden Age, became immediate. What Zeus had on his side at the moment the war began was the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, beings his grandfather Uranus had imprisoned and his father Cronus had left imprisoned, whose liberation would require a descent into Tartarus, and whose gratitude, once freed, would take a form that changed the terms of everything that followed. The Golden Age was ending, not because it had failed, but because the thing that had been hidden on Crete was no longer hidden, and the pattern that had been gathering since the sickle fell on Uranus was finally, after one more generation of waiting, ready to complete itself. The Titans held their ridge, the new gods held theirs, and in the depths below the earth, in the dark of Tartarus, where the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires had waited since before the Golden Age began, the most decisive weapons in the war had not yet been forged. Chapter 4: The War of the Titans. The imprisonment of the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires was the oldest unresolved injustice in the cosmos. Uranus had pushed the Hecatoncheires back into Gaia before they could be born, then thrown the Cyclopes into Tartarus, and Cronus, who had overthrown Uranus partly in response to that suppression, had left them there. The liberation that Gaia had wanted, that had been part of the original grievance, had not followed from the change in power. This was Cronus's version of governance: remove the tyrant, keep the tyranny's most useful arrangements. The 100-handed ones and the 3 forge masters remained underground, in the dark, while the Golden Age proceeded above them. Zeus descended into Tartarus to free them. The decision was strategic as much as moral, and the tradition does not pretend otherwise. Zeus needed what the Cyclopes could make and what the Hecatoncheires could do, and he understood, with the kind of practical intelligence that Metis represented and that Zeus absorbed through his association with her, that the war against the Titans could not be won without them. But the liberation was also a reversal of the pattern that had defined cosmic governance since the beginning. Where Uranus and Cronus had both chosen suppression, Zeus chose release. Where his predecessors had managed the dangerous by imprisoning it, Zeus allied with it. This distinction would run through the entire subsequent character of his reign, appearing again in how he handled Prometheus, in how he handled the aftermath of the Trojan War, in the quality of his relationships with figures whose power he might otherwise have found threatening. Tartarus lay as far below the earth as the sky arched above it. That was how Homer described the distance, a symmetry that gave the cosmos a kind of structural logic, the highest and lowest points equidistant from the surface, where mortal and divine life intersected. The Hecatoncheires had been there since before the Golden Age. The Cyclopes, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, whose names meant thunder, lightning flash, and bright, had been in prison since Uranus first looked at them and decided that what he had made was too dangerous to allow into the world. They were grateful. The tradition emphasizes this without elaborating on it, and the emphasis is enough. Beings who had spent uncountable time in the dark, below the earth, with no prospect of release, were released. Their gratitude took the form of craft. The Cyclopes were smiths, not merely capable ones, but the finest in existence, beings whose single eyes the later tradition sometimes explained as the mark of the forge, one eye closed against the heat and sparks of metalwork until the closure became permanent. They went to work. For Zeus, they made the thunderbolt, not a single bolt, but the capacity to generate them, a weapon that was also a symbol and also a divine instrument, the physical expression of authority over the sky. The thunderbolt was golden in some descriptions, or fiery, or both simultaneously, and it could be hurled with precision across any distance. Nothing in the subsequent tradition surpassed it as an emblem of divine power. It became so completely identified with Zeus that the god and the weapon were interchangeable in the visual vocabulary of Greek art for centuries. For Poseidon the Cyclops forged the trident, the three-pronged instrument of dominion over the sea and over the earth's subterranean waters, which was also the instrument of earthquakes. For Hades, they made the cap of invisibility, the kini, sometimes described as made from dogskin, sometimes from the hide of an animal that had never seen light, which allowed its wearer to move through any space without being perceived. 3 weapons, 3 brothers, 3 domains. The Cyclopes produced in their Tartarian workshop the physical infrastructure of the division of the cosmos that would follow the war's end. The Hecatoncheires contributed something different, and in some ways more decisive. Codus, Briareus, and Gyges, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, could hurl boulders simultaneously in numbers that no opposing force could withstand. The Titans were enormous in power and ancient in experience, and they held the high ground of Othrys against the Olympians on Olympus across a battlefield that was essentially all of Thessaly. But they had not anticipated being attacked from below and above simultaneously, had not calculated the addition of 3 beings, each of whom could throw 100 rocks at once, while the thunderbolt came from Zeus's hand and the trident from Poseidon's. The war lasted 10 years. Homer is specific about this, and the specificity matters, not because the number is literal, but because 10 years was the Greeks' way of marking a conflict as total and transformative, the duration that indicated a war had reshaped the world rather than merely settled a dispute. The Trojan War also lasted 10 years. The duration is a category, not a measurement. Prometheus was on the Olympian side. His presence there requires a note because Prometheus was a Titan, the son of Iapetus and the Oceanid Clymen, and the tradition of Titans as monolithic opponents of the Olympians is not quite accurate. Prometheus possessed foresight, which his name announced, and his foresight told him which side would win. He had argued for a different strategy among the Titans and been ignored. He then changed sides, bringing with him his brother Epimetheus, whose name meant afterthought, and who was, in everything that followed, exactly what his name suggested. Prometheus on the Olympian side meant that Zeus had, among his advantages, a figure who could see the shape of what was coming, a useful capacity in a 10-year war. The Titans fought with the strength of beings who had governed the cosmos for the entire Golden Age. They were not overmatched easily. The tradition describes the noise of the war as shaking the earth to its foundations, the sea boiling, Tartarus itself rattling with the concussion of the fighting. Gaia trembled under it. The air filled with heat from the thunderbolts and with the physical impact of boulders thrown in hundreds simultaneously, and the Titans under this assault finally broke. When they broke, the disposition of the defeated was a decision Zeus had to make. He made it in a way that repeated the structure of the liberation with which the war had begun, but in reverse. Where his predecessors had imprisoned what they feared, Zeus imprisoned what had opposed him, but he did it with a completeness and finality that differed from the old tyranny. The Titans were sent into Tartarus, the same darkness from which the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires had just been freed, and the Hecatoncheires were set as their guards. The cosmos that had imprisoned them became their employment. Their 100 arms, which had won the war, now held the prison. Atlas received a separate sentence. He had been one of the Titan leaders, and his punishment was calibrated to his specific role. Not Tartarus, but the task of holding the sky on his shoulders at the western edge of the world. It is worth noting, because the later tradition muddled it consistently, that Atlas held the sky, not the earth. The sky was the thing that needed holding, the thing that Uranus had once been, and that the new order required to be kept in its place by other means. Atlas, standing at the edge of the world with the heavens on his shoulders, was an image of cosmic maintenance, not of terrestrial burden. Prometheus, who had fought on the winning side, was not imprisoned. His freedom would prove, in the mythology that followed, to be a more complicated outcome than simple imprisonment would have been, for him and for Zeus both. What he did with his freedom and what Zeus did in response would become one of the defining conflicts of the Olympian age, a disagreement about the proper relationship between divine power and human welfare that the tradition never quite resolved. The Titanomachy was over. The Titans were in Tartarus. The Hecatoncheires guarded them. Atlas held the sky. The Cyclopes had returned their gifts to the three brothers who would now divide the cosmos among themselves, and the thunderbolt was in Zeus's hand, and the question of what the new order would look like, who would hold what, on what terms, under what constraints, was the question that came next. Three brothers stood above a defeated cosmos with a helmet between them, 3 lots inside it, and no precedent for what a just division of everything might look like. Chapter 5: The Divided Cosmos. The helmet passed between them. Inside it were 3 lots, small objects, stones, or marked tokens, the sources do not specify, and the method of selection was chance, which is a remarkable thing to choose when dividing the whole of existence. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades were not drawing straws over a minor inheritance. They were settling the question of who would govern the sky, who would govern the sea, and who would govern the dead, and they chose to let the outcome rest on which hand reached in and drew which lot, rather than on birth order, or on demonstrated power, or on the judgment of some external authority. The choice of chance over hierarchy is itself a statement about how the new order understood legitimacy, not as something inherited or seized, but as something distributed by a process that none of the 3 could manipulate. Zeus drew the sky. Poseidon drew the sea, and with it the earth's subterranean waters, the rivers that ran beneath the ground, the springs that surfaced unexpectedly in dry landscapes, the deep pressures that moved the earth when they shifted. Earthquakes were his, which gave him a kind of terrestrial presence despite his marine domain, a reminder that water runs beneath the land as well as over it. The trident was already in his hand from the Cyclops' forge. The lot confirmed what the weapon had anticipated. Hades drew the underworld. He received it without recorded complaint, which the tradition seems to find unremarkable. Though it is not, the underworld was the realm of the dead, a kingdom of permanent residents who could not leave and who generated no activity that would have been recognizable to a god accustomed to the motion and light of the world above. What Hades received was sovereignty over a domain defined by its stillness, its permanence, its absolute separation from the cycling world of seasons and harvests, and divine politics that occupied his siblings. He descended, and he largely stayed descended. The tradition would mention him when the story required him, when Persephone was taken, when a hero descended and needed to negotiate with the underworld's king. But Hades remained off Olympus with a consistency that set him apart from every other major Olympian figure. The earth and Olympus themselves were held in common. This is a detail the tradition states cleanly and that carries significant structural weight. Neither Zeus nor Poseidon nor Hades owned the earth or the mountain. They were shared ground, accessible to all, governed by no single authority. This arrangement is why the Greek myths can place divine action anywhere on the surface of the world without requiring special permissions or territorial disputes. Gods moved through the mortal landscape because the mortal landscape belonged to all of them equally, which meant it belonged to none of them in the exclusive sense that the sky and the sea and the underworld did. Themis remained beside Zeus. She had been a Titan, daughter of Uranus and Gaia, sister to Cronus, but she had counseled Zeus before the war and continued to counsel him after it, which made her presence in the new order a form of continuity between the old cosmic generation and the new. Her name carried the meaning of divine law, the deep structural ordinance that governed not just human behavior, but the behavior of the cosmos itself, the regularity of seasons, the obligations of hospitality, the procedures by which the gods conducted their assemblies. Having Themis as counselor meant that Zeus's rule was not simply the rule of the strongest figure who happened to hold the thunderbolt. It was rule conducted in relationship to a principle older than the Olympian order, one that had existed since before the Titanomachy and would continue to exist regardless of who held the sky. The sisters had received no lots. Hestia, Demeter, and Hera occupied positions in the new order through function and cult rather than through the masculine mechanism of chance, and the tradition is frank about this without treating it as an injustice requiring remedy. Hestia took the hearth, not as a consolation, but as the foundational domestic space of divine and human life, the fire at the center of every household and every city, the flame that was lit first in any new settlement and carried from the mother city to the daughter city when colonists departed. Her domain was the center rather than the periphery, the interior rather than the exterior, and she held it with a permanence that outlasted almost every other Olympian cult. The last fire in the last temple was, in a sense, Hestia's. Demeter held the earth's fertility, the grain and the harvest, the relationship between the soil and the seasons that made human agriculture possible. Hera held the institution of marriage, and through it the stability of households, the legitimacy of children, the social architecture that organized mortal life, alongside a cultic antiquity that predated the lot drawing by enough centuries to give her an independence from it. The 12 Olympians were not yet 12 in this moment, or rather the tradition did not count them consistently, the number varying by region and period, and the priorities of whoever was doing the counting. The Pan-Hellenic consensus that settled on 12, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Hermes, and either Hestia or Dionysus depending on the tradition, was a product of later consolidation, the great sanctuaries at Olympia and Delphi gradually regularizing a divine roster that had been more fluid in the archaic period. What existed immediately after the Titanomachy was a court taking shape, divine functions being assigned, and relationships being negotiated, the new order discovering its own structure through the process of exercising it. Olympus was the physical location of this court. The Greeks understood it simultaneously as the actual mountain on the border of Thessaly and Macedonia, the highest peak in Greece, snow-covered at its summit for most of the year, genuinely cloud-wrapped in a way that made the divine associations feel earned, and as something beyond geography, a divine space that the physical mountain pointed toward without fully containing. Gods could be on Olympus and at Troy at the same time. The mountain was a center of gravity for divine activity without being a literal enclosure. This ambiguity served the tradition well, allowing the gods to be simultaneously located and mobile, resident and available. The organization of the court developed gradually. Hephaestus, the divine craftsman who had already served the cause of the new order through the forging of divine weapons, constructed the palaces on Olympus from bronze and gold, each suited to its resident's nature and function. The tradition of a physically built divine residence, not a natural feature, but a made thing, constructed by craft, placed Olympus firmly in the category of civilization rather than wilderness, a court rather than a landscape. Hebe moved through the divine gathering with cups of nectar, the Herae, the divine personifications of the seasons and of natural order, Eunomia, Dike, and Erin, whose names meant good order, justice, and peace, served as the gatekeepers of the cloud gates, opening the passage between divine and mortal realms when the gods needed to move between them. What the lot drawing had produced, in other words, was not simply a division of territory, but the foundation of a governance structure, a cosmos in which different forms of authority were distributed among figures who were powerful enough to hold them, constrained enough by the arrangement not to simply override each other, and organized around a shared center that none of them owned exclusively. Zeus held the sky and the thunderbolt, which made him first among the Olympians, the figure whose authority extended across all three domains, even while Poseidon held the sea and Hades held the dead. He was not omnipotent. The tradition was consistent on this point, showing him constrained by fate, challenged by other gods, occasionally overruled by the Moirai, but he was preeminent, the organizing center of the divine court, in the way that a mountain's highest peak is the organizing center of a range. The arrangement was stable, in the way that arrangements built on genuine distribution of power tend to be stable. Each of the major figures had a domain robust enough to resist encroachment. The shared ground of Earth and Olympus gave them a common space in which to interact without threatening each other's sovereignty. And Themis sat beside Zeus, the oldest law in the cosmos, whispering its counsel into the ear of the newest king. It would not remain unchallenged for long. The cosmos that had just been organized had not yet produced its greatest monster, had not yet tested whether the new order was strong enough to survive the last assault from the old powers that Gaia could send against it. The Titans were in Tartarus. The hecatoncheires held them there, but Gaia's grief was not finished, and what she would produce next made the Titans look, by comparison, like a manageable inheritance. Something was coming up from the earth that the thunderbolt and the trident and the cap of invisibility had not yet been asked to face, something so large that it darkened the sky above Cilicia and wore 100 serpent heads and breathed fire from every one of them. Chapter 6. The Binding of Typhon. Gaia had watched the Titanomachy from below. Her children, the Titans she had produced with Uranus, the generation that had ruled the Golden Age, were now in Tartarus, imprisoned in the same darkness from which Zeus had freed the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. The liberation that had begun the war had ended with a new set of prisoners occupying the same cells, and whatever Gaia felt about the new arrangement, it was not satisfaction. She had wanted the Hecatoncheires free. That had happened. She had wanted Uranus's tyranny ended. That had happened too. But she had not wanted her Titan children replaced by a new generation of divine rulers who would manage the cosmos from Olympus, while her oldest offspring lay chained beneath the earth. She made Typhon. The tradition is not entirely consistent about Typhon's parentage. Some sources give Tartarus as his father, the abyss itself contributing its depth and darkness to the creature's nature, but the consensus placed Gaia as his mother, and the grief of the Titanomachy as the condition of his creation. He was the last great monster of the cosmogonic age, and the largest thing the Greek tradition ever tried to describe. His body, in Apollodorus's account, reached from the earth to the stars. His hands extended east and west simultaneously, each ending not in fingers, but in 100 serpent heads that hissed and breathed fire. Below the waist he was coiled serpent rather than human form, his lower body a mass of vipers that made a continuous sound of hissing that the tradition compared to the noise of every animal simultaneously. He was larger than any mountain. When he moved, the earth shook under him. The Olympians looked at Typhon and fled. This detail, that the gods of the new order, the victors of the Titanomachy, the figures who had just organized the cosmos through the lot drawing, ran from what Gaia had made, is one the tradition preserves without embarrassment, because it serves a purpose. The flight establishes the scale of the threat. If the gods who had defeated the Titans found Typhon sufficient reason to abandon Olympus and retreat to Egypt, then what Zeus did afterward in returning and facing Typhon alone carried a weight it would not otherwise have had. The retreat was not cowardice recorded for the sake of honesty. It was context established for the sake of proportion. In Egypt, the gods took animal forms to hide themselves, each transforming into the creature that would most plausibly belong in the Egyptian landscape. Zeus became a ram, Apollo a crow, Hermes an ibis, Aphrodite and Eros 2 fish, leaping into the Nile. Later Greeks found this episode useful when thinking about Egyptian religion. If the gods had hidden in Egypt in animal form, then the animal-headed deities of the Egyptian tradition might be explained as the residue of that concealment. Mortal Egyptians having encountered the divine visitors and preserved their animal shapes in religious iconography. It was an explanation that served the Greek need to account for a foreign religious tradition that was both ancient and strange, and it had the additional appeal of making Greek mythology the origin point of Egyptian theology, which was the kind of explanatory priority the Greeks generally preferred. Zeus returned from Egypt. The tradition does not explain what changed, whether it was shame or calculation, or simply the recognition that the problem would not solve itself. But he went back to the world above and met Typhon in Cilicia, the region of southern Anatolia above the northeastern corner of the Mediterranean, in a landscape that the Greeks associated with the edges of the known world, where the ordinary rules of geography became uncertain. The first phase of the battle did not go well for Zeus. Apollodorus preserves a version of the Typhon myth that most later retellings prefer to minimize, because it describes something that should have been impossible. Typhon overcame Zeus in the initial encounter, seized him, and cut out the sinews from his hands and feet. Without his sinews, Zeus could not move, a god rendered immobile, the thunderbolt useless in a hand that could not throw it. Typhon hid the sinews in a cave in Cilicia, guarded by the she-dragon Delphine, and left Zeus there, and for a period, brief in narrative terms, felt as catastrophic in theological terms. The supreme god of the new order lay helpless in a cave, while his sinews were kept in another cave not far away. The rescue came from an unexpected direction. Hermes, the divine messenger whose capacity for movement between realms made him the logical figure for a retrieval operation, came to the cave with Aegipon, a figure the tradition sometimes identified with Pan, the goat-legged god, here operating under a name that meant Goat Pan. The two of them stole the sinews back from Delphine, who was either tricked or overpowered depending on the source, and returned them to Zeus. The restoration was immediate. Sinews back in place, Zeus stood, took the thunderbolt, and the second phase of the battle began on entirely different terms. The second engagement drove Typhon northward, out of Cilicia and across the sea towards Sicily. Zeus pursued him, hurling thunderbolts continuously, and Typhon responded by tearing up mountains and throwing them, the tradition naming specific Sicilian and Aegean peaks as projectiles in this phase of the battle, which gave Greek communities in those regions a mythological explanation for their local geography. The islands and peaks of the Aegean were the debris of a divine war, which is one of the more elegant uses of mythology as landscape explanation the tradition produced. Typhon was finally brought down in Sicily. Zeus buried him there, beneath the mass of the island itself, and the Greeks explained the eruptions of Etna as the monster's continued struggles underground, each volcanic event an expression of a buried power that could not be destroyed, only contained, the fire and smoke of an active volcano becoming evidence that the last great cosmogonic threat was still present beneath the surface, pressing upward at intervals, reminding the world that Gaia's grief had not been resolved, but merely suppressed. Typhon and his consort Echidna, a creature half woman and half serpent, his match in monstrousness if not in scale, had already produced offspring before the battle, and those offspring would outlast their parents in the tradition by a considerable margin. The Nemean lion, whose skin no weapon could pierce, the Lernaean hydra, whose heads multiplied when cut, the Chimera, breathing fire from a lion's body, the Sphinx, who sat outside Thebes asking her question, Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the entrance to the underworld, These creatures populated the heroic age as the challenges against which Zeus's future offspring would prove themselves. The last generation of Typhon's destructive capacity distributed across the landscape in forms small enough for a hero to face. The binding of Typhon completed something the Titanomachy had begun. The Titans had been the generation that preceded the Olympians. Typhon was the last weapon the old order could produce against the new. With him buried beneath Etna, the cosmogonic age was genuinely over. No more primordial forces rising to challenge the arrangement that the lot drawing had established. No more existential threats to the Olympian court. The world that followed Typhon's defeat was a world in which the basic structure of divine governance was secure enough to function, stable enough to generate the long mythology of heroes and mortal affairs that the Greeks found most narratively rich. Zeus stood above it all, the sky his, the thunderbolt in his hand, the last monster of the old world buried under Sicily, and the work of actually governing what he had won began in earnest. Governing required more than power. It required a court, a structure of divine function distributed among figures capable of holding their positions, a set of relationships and obligations and customs through which the Olympian order expressed itself in the daily life of gods and mortals. The palace on the mountain was already being built. The gods were returning from their Egyptian exile and taking up their places. The gatekeepers of the cloud gates were at their posts. What Olympus looked like, once it had settled into the form the Greeks would worship for 1,000 years, was the next question, and the answer was considerably more domestic, more politically complex, and more recognizably human than the cosmogonic battles that had made it possible. Chapter 7: The Court on Olympus. The palace came first, because a court requires a place before it can become a court. Hephaestus built it, or built the complex of divine residences that made up the Olympian settlement, each suited to its occupant, each expressing in its materials and proportions the nature of the god who would inhabit it. Hephaestus worked in bronze and gold, the two metals that Greek craft tradition associated with permanence and divine quality respectively, and what he produced on the mountain's high ground was not a natural feature, not a cave or a sacred grove or a peak made numinous by exposure, but a made thing, a constructed environment, civilization imposed on the highest point in the Greek world. The choice of construction over nature was itself a statement. The Olympian order was not simply the way things were, the way chaos and Gaia had simply been. It was something built, something that required craft and intention, something that could in principle be otherwise. Hephaestus was lame. The tradition offered two explanations for this, incompatible with each other, and both preserved without any apparent concern for the contradiction. In one version, Hephaestus was born lame, and Hera threw him from Olympus in disgust at producing an imperfect child. He fell for a day and landed on the island of Lemnos, where the inhabitants found him and raised him. In the other version, Hephaestus intervened in a quarrel between Zeus and Hera, took Hera's side, and Zeus threw him from Olympus in anger. He fell for a day and landed on Lemnos, and the limp came from the landing. Both versions preserve the fall, the island, the mortal fosterage, and the divine craft that made him indispensable despite his physical impairment, which suggests the tradition cared more about those elements than about the specific cause of the injury. A divine craftsman who was also imperfect, who had been rejected and had survived the rejection and returned with skills that the rejectors needed. This was a figure the Greeks found meaningful enough to maintain across the inconsistencies of his origin story. The palaces he built were permanent. The word the tradition uses carries the sense of something that would not decay, would not require maintenance, would not be subject to the deterioration that mortal buildings underwent. Bronze does not rust in the Greek mythological imagination the way it rusts in the actual world. Gold does not tarnish. The divine residence does not require the ongoing repair that keeps mortal households in a constant state of managed decline. The permanence was theological as much as material. The Olympian order expressed in the quality of what it built, as if the stability of the cosmos could be read in the structural integrity of the mountain's highest buildings. The household of Olympus organized itself around the central fact of Zeus's authority, but that authority was distributed through a network of divine functions, specific enough that no single figure could have performed all of them. Hebe carried cups. She was the goddess of youth, daughter of Zeus and Hera, and her role at the divine table was the role of the young woman at an aristocratic Greek household's table, serving, present, connected to the family through blood rather than through function. The tradition eventually replaced her with Ganymede, a Trojan youth of exceptional beauty whom Zeus had brought to Olympus, and the replacement carried a charge the Greeks acknowledged openly. Ganymede's abduction by Zeus, transformed into an eagle for the purpose, was desire made into mythology, the supreme god taking what he wanted from the mortal world and elevating it to divine service. Hebe was given to Heracles when he was eventually deified, a consolation or a reward depending on how one reads the tradition, and Ganymede continued to serve at the divine table, immortal and permanently young, the most beautiful mortal the Greeks imagined having been made into something permanent. The Horai kept the cloud gates. 3 figures, Eunomia, Dike, and Irene, whose names translated as good order, justice, and peace, stood at the thresholds between the divine realm and the world below, opening the cloud passage when gods needed to descend and closing it when the divine space required its boundary maintained. Their names are worth pausing over because the Greeks did not choose the names of divine figures carelessly. The gatekeepers of Olympus were the personifications of the conditions under which divine presence in the mortal world was possible. Order, justice, and peace opened the way. In their absence, the gates remained closed. This is a theological statement embedded in a domestic arrangement. The Olympian court's relationship to the mortal world was mediated by the very conditions that made civilization possible. Iris and Hermes carried messages, but they carried them differently and to different destinations. Iris moved between the gods themselves and between the gods and the mortal world above ground, her path marked by the rainbow that the Greeks understood as the visible trace of her passage. She was fast, loyal, unambiguous in her transmission, a divine postal system that neither interpreted nor embellished, delivering the words of the sender with the fidelity of a figure who understood that her function was accuracy rather than counsel. Hermes moved between all realms, including the underworld, which made him unique among the Olympian figures in his access. He could descend to Hades and return, could carry messages from Zeus to the dead and from the living to the divine, could operate in the spaces between the three great domains without being trapped in any of them. The cap of invisibility that the Cyclopes had forged was sometimes attributed to Hermes rather than Hades. Certainly, the capacity to move unseen was central to his nature, the divine messenger being most effective when least observed. Councils convened when Zeus summoned them. This was not a regular schedule, but a responsive one. Divine governance in the Greek tradition was not bureaucratic, did not run on fixed procedures and standing committees, but assembled when circumstances required assembly. Zeus called, the gods came, the matter was discussed, Zeus decided. The structure preserved the appearance of deliberation while locating authority firmly in the figure who determined when deliberation would occur. Other gods could speak, could argue, could even prevail on specific points. The tradition shows Hera winning arguments, shows Apollo interceding successfully, shows the divine court as something other than a rubber stamp for Zeus's preferences. But the agenda was Zeus's, the timing was Zeus's, and the thunderbolt was always in the room. Nectar and ambrosia sustained divine immortality at those gatherings. The two substances, nectar as drink, ambrosia as food, though the distinction was not consistently maintained, did not merely feed the gods the way food feeds mortals. They maintained the divine condition itself, kept the golden ichor flowing in divine veins rather than the red blood that ran in mortal ones. The difference between ichor and blood was the difference between divine and mortal nature made visible and material, and the regular consumption of nectar and ambrosia was the ritual maintenance of that difference. Mortals who accidentally or illicitly consumed either substance became problems. The tradition handled such cases with the consistency of a system protecting its own boundaries. The 12 Olympians settled into their functions with the gradual clarity of an institution discovering what it is. Apollo took music, prophecy, and the sun's light. Artemis took the hunt and the moon and the protection of young things. Ares took war, specifically the violence and chaos of battle, not the strategy which belonged to Athena. Aphrodite took desire and beauty, operating from a domain that overlapped with nearly every other divine function, without being subordinate to any of them. The 12 were not a committee, not a cabinet, not a pantheon in the sense of an organized theological hierarchy with clear lines of authority below Zeus. They were a court, with all the ambiguity and personal complexity that courts carry, divine figures who were simultaneously colleagues, rivals, family members, and independent powers, organized by proximity to Zeus without being determined by it. The court that Hephaestus built and the Hera guarded and Hermes served was the institutional form of the Olympian order, the structure through which divine governance expressed itself in the daily life of gods, and through them in the daily life of the mortals below, who sacrificed and prayed and built temples and named their children after gods, and looked up at the sky when the thunder rolled, and understood that something up there was paying attention. Whether it was paying the right kind of attention, whether the supreme god of this court understood what authority required of him, what wisdom meant for a figure who held the thunderbolt, was a question the tradition was not finished asking. The answer began with a woman named Metis, an oceanid of practical wisdom, and with what Zeus chose to do when the same prophecy that had ruined Cronus came looking for him. Chapter 8. What the Thunder Meant. Zeus was, before anything else the mythology made him, a sky god. The elaborations came later: the king, the judge, the father of gods and men, the figure who held the scales of fate and summoned divine councils and fathered heroes on mortal women. But underneath all of it, older than the Titanomachy narrative and older than the Olympian court, and possibly older than the Greek language itself, was the elemental association. Zeus and the sky were the same thing, or nearly the same thing, in a way that no amount of mythological elaboration fully displaced. His name was cognate with the Sanskrit Dios, the Latin Dios and Dies, the Proto-Indo-European root for the bright sky, the daytime heaven, the luminous expanse above the earth. He was, in his oldest layer, simply what the sky was when the sky was understood as a divine presence rather than a meteorological phenomenon. Thunder was his voice in that oldest layer, and the Greeks never stopped hearing it that way. The thunderbolt was not merely a weapon, though the Titanomachy had made it one. It was a divine instrument of communication, directional, specific, meaningful in the way that a pointed finger is meaningful, indicating a target and a reason simultaneously. When Zeus hurled a thunderbolt at a mortal or a place, the Greeks understood the act as a statement rather than a reflex, a divine judgment delivered in the most immediate possible form. The ruins left by a lightning strike were considered sacred. The spot was fenced off and left undisturbed because the ground that Zeus had touched with his instrument remained marked by the contact, set apart from ordinary landscape, the way a word remains changed by having been the vehicle of an important message. Temples were occasionally built over such sites, the divine communication becoming the foundation of a place of worship. Dodona held the oldest form of his worship that the Greeks could identify. The sanctuary lay in Epirus, in the northwestern corner of the Greek world, far from the urban centers of the Aegean coast, in a landscape of oak forests and mountain ridges that the Greeks associated with the primitive and the ancient, not primitive in the sense of crude, but primitive in the sense of prior, existing before the refinements of city life had organized religious practice into marble temples and civic festivals. Dodona was old in the way that things are old when they have been accumulating presence in a place for longer than anyone can trace. Herodotus thought it the most ancient oracle in the Greek world, older than Delphi, possibly the oldest sanctuary of any kind in Greece, and the archaeology has not contradicted him. The oracle at Dodona did not work the way later Greek oracles worked. There was no inspired priestess breathing vapors, no process of ritual purification and formal question and cryptic answer. There was an oak tree, and there were priests, and the priests listened to the oak. The rustling of its leaves in the wind was the voice of Zeus, not metaphorically, not as a poetic way of describing something else, but literally, the god speaking through the movement of his sacred tree, the way he spoke through the movement of thunder in clouds. The priests who served the oracle were called the Celi, or in some sources the Heloi, and their way of life was structured around the primitiveness of their function. They slept on the bare ground without mats, went barefoot at all times, and ate no cooked food. The regime was deliberate, a bodily practice of maintaining contact with the earth that Zeus's tree grew from, a refusal of the civilized comforts that would have placed them at one remove from the divine ground they were there to hear. The oak was Zeus's tree throughout the Greek tradition, not just at Dodona. In a religion that associated specific plants and animals with specific gods, the olive with Athena, the laurel with Apollo, the grapevine with Dionysus, the oak carried Zeusian associations that ran consistently across cult sites, regions, and centuries. The oak was the largest and longest-lived native tree of the Greek landscape, capable of surviving for hundreds of years, its wood the hardest and most durable available, its canopy wide enough to shelter significant gatherings. It endured the storm that lesser trees did not. It attracted lightning, which the Greeks understood not as a physical fact about tall trees and electrical discharge, but as a sign of Zeus's particular relationship with the oak, the sky god drawn repeatedly to his own sacred wood. His eagle operated in the same symbolic cluster. The bird was associated with the east wind, with the highest reaches of the sky where no other creature could sustain flight, with the divine surveillance that the sky god exercised over the world below. An eagle sighting before a significant undertaking was read as a sign from Zeus, favorable if the bird flew from the right, unfavorable from the left, a system of interpretation that Greek generals and politicians and farmers consulted with the same seriousness that modern people consult weather forecasts. The eagle was Zeus's eyes at altitude, his presence in a form that could descend into the mortal world and be seen without the full weight of divine manifestation that a mortal could not survive. The aegis was his in another register entirely, described variously as a divine breastplate, a shield, or a goatskin fringed with golden serpents. The aegis was the instrument through which Zeus, and those to whom he lent it, primarily Athena, communicated divine terror rather than divine communication. Where the thunderbolt was specific and directional, the aegis was diffuse and overwhelming, a visual and spiritual emanation of divine power that caused panic in those who faced it. Armies broke when the aegis was displayed against them. The effect was not the effect of a weapon, but of a presence, the raw fact of divine power made visible in a form that mortal psychology could not accommodate. The goatskin connection may have been genuinely ancient, linking the divine terror object to the goat Amalthea who had fed the infant Zeus on Crete, the protective warmth of childhood transformed into the overwhelming force of sovereignty. Zeus Xenios was a different face of the same god, the protector of guests of Xenia, the sacred institution of hospitality that governed the relationship between host and traveler throughout the Greek world, operated not through thunderbolts or eagles or terror-inducing breastplates, but through the moral architecture of everyday social life. When a Greek householder received a traveler, gave food and shelter and the protection of the house, and sent the traveler on his way with a gift, Zeus was the theological guarantee of that exchange. A host who violated it, who harmed a guest under his protection, had offended not just the traveler, but the god who stood behind every act of hospitality in the Greek world. The consequences were not metaphorical. The destruction of Troy in one theological reading was the consequence of Paris violating the hospitality of Menelaus. The divine machinery of the Trojan War was Zeus Xenios enforcing the institution he protected. Zeus Horkios was related, the guardian of oaths, the divine witness to every sworn commitment in the Greek world. Oaths were sworn by Zeus, which meant they were sworn before a divine witness who would enforce them, who would pursue the oathbreaker with the same relentless attention that the Erinyes pursued blood guilt. The court of divine justice that Zeus presided over was not primarily the dramatic intervention of thunderbolts and divine councils. It was the daily enforcement of the sworn word, the background pressure of divine attention against the ordinary human temptation to break promises when breaking them became convenient. These cultic identities, Xenios, Horkios, along with others like Zeus Soter, the savior, and Zeus Peleus, the protector of cities, gave him a presence in ordinary Greek life that the cosmogonic mythology could not by itself have provided. The titanomachy was too large and too distant to be immediately relevant to a farmer deciding whether to honor a commitment to a neighbor. Zeus Horkios was immediately relevant. The sky god who had won his position through cosmic warfare had also become, through the gradual accretion of cult practice and theological elaboration, the god who watched when a person made a promise and expected it to be kept. Both of these were Zeus, the figure who had hurled thunderbolts at Typhon, and the figure who witnessed a handshake agreement between two Athenian merchants, and the tradition held them together without experiencing the tension as a problem. The scale moved from cosmological to personal, from the fate of the cosmos to the integrity of a contract, and the same divine name covered both ends of the range. This is one of the things that made Zeus durable as a religious figure. For as long as he was worshipped, he was available at every scale of human concern, from the largest question about the structure of the universe to the smallest question about whether a neighbor would honor his word. The thunder that rolled over the Greek mountains on a winter afternoon carried all of this at once: the cosmogonic past, the ethical present, the divine attention that the Greeks experienced as both impersonal force and intimate witness, the sky that was simply the sky, and also the oldest name for the divine that the Greek language possessed. That name had a wisdom in it that Zeus had taken into himself along with Metis, and what that wisdom had produced, emerging fully armed from the divine skull, was about to change the Olympian court in ways that the thunderbolt alone could never have managed. Chapter 9: Metis and the First Wisdom. Metis was the first wife of Zeus, and the tradition places this fact before Hera with a deliberateness that deserves attention. Hera was the queen of Olympus, the figure whose marriage to Zeus organized the divine household and whose cult spread across the Greek world with an antiquity that rivaled his own. But Metis came first, not as a lesser relationship that preceded the real one, but as the foundational union, the one that determined the shape of everything that followed, including Hera. The order was theological, not merely biographical. What Zeus did with Metis and what emerged from that decision established the terms on which his entire reign rested. She was an Oceanid, daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, the ancient pair who governed the encircling waters at the edges of the world. Her name meant practical wisdom, not wisdom in the abstract, contemplative sense that the Greeks associated with philosophy, but the specific operational intelligence that perceives situations accurately and responds to them effectively, the kind of thinking that solves the problem in front of it rather than the problem in general. Metis had been present at the earliest stages of Zeus's rise. It was her counsel that produced the emetic that freed the 5 swallowed Olympians from Cronus, and her association with Zeus was therefore older than the Titanomachy, older than the lot drawing, older than the court on Olympus. She had been there when he had nothing but a hidden childhood and a prophecy to fulfill. The same machinery that had brought down Uranus and then Cronus came looking for Zeus. Uranus and Gaia delivered the prophecy, the tradition specifying these two as its source, the oldest pair in the cosmos, the original sky and earth who between them had seen every transfer of divine power and understood its structure better than any subsequent figure could. What they told Zeus was precise. Metis would bear children of surpassing power. The first child, a daughter, would equal Zeus in wisdom and divine capacity. The second child, a son, would be stronger than his father and would take the sky from him, as Zeus had taken it from Cronus and Cronus from Uranus. The pattern that had defined cosmic succession since the beginning was gathering itself for one more iteration, and it had a name and a face and a due date. Zeus swallowed Metis. He did it while she was pregnant with the first child, the daughter, and the act collapsed the old pattern and a new resolution into a single gesture. Where Cronus had swallowed his children to prevent the prophecy, Zeus swallowed the mother, which was a different kind of containment, with a different set of consequences. Metis did not cease to exist inside Zeus. She continued, as the tradition describes it, to counsel him from within, her practical wisdom now literally incorporated into the divine intelligence of the king, available to him as an interior resource rather than an external advisor. The swallowing was an absorption rather than a suppression, a taking in rather than a locking away, and what Zeus gained from it was not merely the neutralization of a threat, but the permanent internalization of the most practically intelligent mind in the cosmos. The daughter Metis had been carrying when Zeus swallowed her continued to develop inside Zeus. For a period the tradition does not specify precisely, long enough that when the child was ready to emerge, she was fully formed, fully armed, fully herself, the future goddess of wisdom and warfare gestated inside the king of the gods, which is either the most secure womb in the Greek tradition or the most paradoxical, depending on how one holds the image. The birth required assistance. Zeus developed a headache of such severity that the tradition describes it as incapacitating, the king of gods reduced to agony by a pressure building inside his skull that no divine constitution could simply absorb. He called for Hephaestus, or in some versions Prometheus, though the craftsman god is the more consistent figure across the sources. Hephaestus came with his tools. What he used varied by source, a double-bladed axe in the most common version, a wedge in others, the specific instrument less important than the action it performed, and he split Zeus's skull. Athena emerged fully grown and fully armed, already crying her war shout, already wearing the armor she would carry through every subsequent appearance in the tradition. The war cry at the moment of birth is a detail the Greeks preserved with evident satisfaction. The goddess of wisdom arrived in the world announcing herself, not as an infant requiring years of development before she could become what she was, but as a completed divine nature expressing itself from the first instant of its existence. She was already Athena when she came out of Zeus's head. The armor was not something she had acquired or earned. The wisdom was not something she had developed. The capacity for both strategic intelligence and controlled martial force were simply what she was, present in full at the moment of emergence. The theological reading the Greeks placed on this event operated on several levels simultaneously. Most immediately, it was the birth of wisdom from the mind of the king, Athena as the divine intelligence that proceeded from Zeus's own capacity for thought, as if the supreme god had literalized the metaphor of ideas originating in the mind by producing the goddess of intelligence directly from his skull. The king who contained Metis's practical wisdom gave birth to a figure whose divine function was the organized application of intelligence to the problems of civilization, architecture, craft, warfare conducted with strategy rather than violence, the arts that made city life possible. The connection between the absorbed Metis and the born Athena was not coincidental. The child was in some sense the externalized form of what Zeus had taken in. At a deeper level, the birth resolved the problem of the prophecy by transforming it. The daughter had been born. The child who would equal Zeus in wisdom and capacity was here, a fully realized divine figure of the highest order. But she had been born from Zeus himself, which meant that the equality of wisdom the prophecy had predicted was an equality internal to the divine order rather than a challenge to it. Athena's wisdom was not a rival to Zeus's authority. It was continuous with it, the same intelligence in a different form, the king's capacity for practical wisdom expressed as a separate divine figure who remained, throughout the tradition, one of Zeus's most consistent supporters. The son the prophecy had also promised, the one stronger than his father, the one who would repeat the pattern, never came. With Metis swallowed and her reproductive capacity absorbed into Zeus, the second child was never born. The pattern that had run from Uranus to Cronus to Zeus was interrupted before it could complete another iteration, and the sky stayed with the figure who now held it. The Greeks did not read this as a trick or a cheat. They read it as a solution, the kind of practical resolution that the name Metis had always promised. The problem of divine succession had been solved not by violence, not by imprisonment, but by incorporation. The threatening wisdom taken in, the threatening child produced in a form that strengthened the existing order rather than overturning it. The festival of the Apaturia, celebrated at Athens and across Ionian Greek communities, connected ordinary civic life to this mythological event. The festival organized the registration of new citizens into their phratries, the kinship groups that structured Athenian social organization, and its connection to Athena's birth from Zeus linked the incorporation of new members into existing social bodies back to the divine precedent of Zeus incorporating Metis. New citizens were, in a sense, doing what Zeus had done, taking new life into an existing structure, making it part of the body of the community, transforming potential challenge into internal resource. The split skull healed. Zeus recovered. Hephaestus returned to his forge. Athena took her place among the Olympians, the only divine figure born directly from Zeus alone, without a mother's womb, the child of his intelligence and his strategic absorption of the most practically wise mind in the cosmos. Her owl watched from its perch. Her olive tree grew on the Acropolis. Her city was the most intellectually distinguished in the Greek world, and it named itself after her. What Zeus had done with Metis, the incorporation of wisdom into power, the resolution of a dangerous prophecy through absorption rather than violence, stood as the clearest expression of how his reign differed from the reigns that had preceded it. Uranus had imprisoned, Cronus had swallowed and suppressed, Zeus had swallowed and integrated, and the difference produced a goddess rather than a catastrophe. But Zeus's relationship with divine and mortal women did not end with Metis, and not all of what followed would resolve as cleanly. The next great relationship, older in its cultic roots than almost anything else in the Greek tradition, seated in sanctuaries that predated the Olympian mythology itself, was waiting, and it was considerably more complicated than a strategic marriage to an oceanid of practical wisdom. Hera had been watching from the beginning, and she had been there long before the mythology decided to make her Zeus's queen. Chapter 10: Hera and the House of Heaven. The Heraian at Argos was already old when the Greeks began organizing their mythology into the forms that Homer and Hesiod would eventually transmit. Archaeologists have found evidence of continuous religious activity at the site, reaching back to the early Iron Age at minimum, and the architectural sequence, a series of temples built one over another as each generation replaced what the previous one had raised, suggests a cult that was never interrupted, never displaced by a competing tradition, never reorganized around a different divine center. The sanctuary sat on a hillside above the Argive plain, with a view that extended to the sea on clear days, and it functioned as the religious heart of the most powerful city in the early Greek world. Argos called itself the city of Hera, and the claim was not merely civic pride. It was an accurate description of a relationship between a place and a deity that had been accumulating for longer than the city could trace. Samos made the same claim from the Aegean. The Temple of Hera on Samos, the Heraion, built and rebuilt over centuries until the final version in the 6th century BCE became one of the largest Greek temples ever constructed, a forest of over 100 columns on a platform large enough to contain several ordinary sanctuaries, stood on the low ground near the sea where the tradition said Hera had been born, or where she had first been worshipped, or where her marriage to Zeus had been consummated, the various foundation myths competing for the honor of explaining why Samos and Hera belonged to each other so completely. Corinth also held a significant Hera cult. Paestum in southern Italy, Olympia itself, the great Pan-Hellenic sanctuary, was as much Hera's as Zeus's in its early history, her temple there among the oldest in the Greek world. This distribution matters because it establishes something the narrative tradition tends to obscure. Hera was not a figure whose significance derived from her marriage to Zeus. She was a deity of independent and very ancient standing who happened, in the mythological organization the Greeks eventually settled on, to occupy the position of Zeus's wife. The marriage gave her a narrative role. It did not give her her power, her sanctuaries, her worshippers, or the theological substance that made her one of the most widely and consistently worshipped figures in the Greek world for 1,000 years. She had been raised by Tethys. While Zeus was hidden on Crete, fed on goat's milk and honey, and guarded by the noise of bronze shields, Hera was growing up in the household of the Oceanid Tethys and her husband Oceanus, far from Cronus, far from the Olympian conflict that was gathering toward the Titanomachy. The tradition preserving this detail, that the two greatest Olympian figures spent their formative periods in entirely separate corners of the cosmos, each unaware of the other, each developing toward a meeting that the mythology had already decided would happen, gave the relationship a quality of approach from a distance, two figures whose eventual union was cosmologically necessary, moving toward it from separate starting points. The courtship happened on Samos, or on Euboea, or in a garden at the edge of the world. The tradition distributed the location generously, each site having reasons to claim the honor. What the tradition agreed on was the method, which was one of the more charming pieces of the entire Zeus mythology, and one of the more revealing. Zeus did not approach Hera in his divine form. He did not appear as the king of the gods, the holder of the thunderbolt, the figure who had just won a 10-year war against the Titans. He transformed himself into a small bird, a cuckoo, disheveled and shivering, apparently caught in a rainstorm, sitting on a rock in a state of conspicuous misery. Hera found it. She felt compassion for the wet, cold, bedraggled creature and picked it up to warm it against her body. Zeus then revealed himself, the cuckoo becoming the king of gods, and the tradition records that Hera's initial response was not delight but outrage, that she had been deceived, that she had extended her compassion under false pretenses. Zeus promised to marry her, the only proper resolution to what had happened, and the outrage became the marriage, and the marriage became the institution at the center of divine social life on Olympus. The cuckoo disguise is worth holding for a moment because it encodes something. Zeus, who could have approached as anything, as an eagle, as a divine light, as the full, overwhelming presence of the sky god that mortal women later found fatal, chose to approach as something small and helpless and cold. He appealed to Hera's capacity for compassion before he appealed to anything else, which is a form of knowledge about who she was, a figure whose power included the capacity for care, whose domain over marriage and the household rested partly on the same quality that made her pick up a shivering bird. The disguise was not only strategic, it was diagnostic. Zeus learned something about Hera by choosing that particular form, and what he learned was accurate enough that the approach worked. The Hieros Gamos, the sacred marriage, was celebrated as a ritual event in various sanctuaries across the Greek world, the divine union reenacted annually in cult practice to renew the guarantee it provided that the earth would remain fertile, that the seasons would continue in their proper order, that the social structures organized around the institution of marriage would hold. The sacred marriage was not merely commemorative, it was operative, a ritual that maintained the conditions it celebrated, the annual renewal of a cosmic commitment expressed through the specific form of a divine wedding. At Samos, the ritual was elaborate, involving the ritual bathing of Hera's statue in the sea as a kind of annual restoration of the bride. The goddess returned to a state of original purity before the marriage was renewed. Their children carried the range of Hera's theological domain. Ares received war, specifically the violence and terror of battle, the chaos that descends on a field when disciplined fighting breaks down into slaughter, which made him the least admired of the Olympians in the Greek tradition, the god whose function everyone acknowledged as necessary and no one particularly wanted to worship. He was brave and powerful and consistently ineffective in the mythology, frequently wounded, frequently humiliated, the divine embodiment of the part of war that is not glory. Hebe was youth itself, the goddess of the condition that ended, the cup-bearer of Olympus, who would eventually be given to Heracles as his divine wife when the hero was deified. Eileithyia governed childbirth, the threshold moment between non-existence and life, the most physically immediate divine function in the entire Olympian roster. Hera's children, taken together, covered the domestic arc of human life, the violence that threatened the household, the youth that inhabited it, the births that renewed it. The peacock was her bird. It appears in the tradition relatively late in connection with Hera, but with a specific mythological explanation that grounded it in the earlier narrative. Argus Panoptes, the 100-eyed giant whom Hermes killed while guarding Io, had his eyes preserved by Hera and transferred to the peacock's tail, which turned the bird's distinctive plumage into a memorial. Every eye on every peacock feather was an eye that had once belonged to Argus, and Argus had been Hera's agent, which made the bird a walking monument to her capacity for sustained, watchful attention. The pomegranate was among her symbols, the fruit associated with both fertility and the underworld, the ambivalent object that Persephone would eat in the wrong place, the seed-dense interior that the Greeks connected to the generative and the inescapable simultaneously. Her quarrels with Zeus are the dominant feature of her mythological presence, and they require careful placement against the cultic background that the narrative tradition tends to displace. The Zeus who pursued Io and Europa and Danae and Semele and Alcmene and Leda and others beyond counting was a figure whose behavior generated divine consequences, and Hera's pursuit of the women he had been with, the transformed Io wandering the earth under the torment of a gadfly, the delayed birth of Heracles, the death of Semele, was the mythological expression of an institution defending itself. Hera was the goddess of marriage. When the king of the gods repeatedly violated the institution she embodied, the theological logic of her response was not simply jealousy, it was the response of divine law to divine transgression. The tradition never quite acknowledged this framing directly, but it was available in the structure of the mythology to anyone who noticed that Hera's function and Zeus's behavior were in direct conflict, and that the conflict was not merely personal. She was also consistently effective. The figures in the tradition who underestimated Hera, who read her as simply the aggrieved wife, the obstacle to be outmaneuvered, the divine force to be temporarily placated, tended to find themselves corrected. She delayed the birth of Heracles by years through the manipulation of Eileithyia. She drove him mad when all other options were exhausted. She was the divine patron of the Argonauts when it suited her purposes. She swayed the outcome of the Trojan War through sustained divine intervention against Troy that Zeus could moderate, but not entirely suppress. She was not a reactive figure despite the mythology's tendency to position her that way. She was an agent with purposes of her own, operating in a cosmos that had given the sky and the thunderbolt to the figure whose behavior most directly threatened her domain. The house of heaven that Hephaestus had built was Hera's house as much as Zeus's, and she inhabited it with the full authority of the most ancient female deity in the Greek tradition, older than the Olympian mythology that had organized her into the role of wife, carrying in her sanctuaries the accumulated weight of centuries of worship that no narrative tradition could fully contain or explain. The marriage was real, and the tensions inside it were real, and both would run through every major episode in the mythology that followed. But before those episodes could unfold, a titan who had fought on the wrong side was about to do something with his freedom that would change the relationship between the divine and human worlds permanently, and Zeus's response to it would reveal more about his nature as a ruler than any battle he had ever fought. Chapter 11: Prometheus and the Theft of Fire. The conflict between Zeus and Prometheus did not begin with the theft of fire. It began earlier at a place called Mycone, later known as Sicyon, a city on the northern coast of the Peloponnese, where the gods and mortal men were assembled to settle the terms of sacrifice, the specific arrangement by which mortals would honor the gods and the gods would accept that honor. The meeting was a constitutional moment in the relationship between the divine and human worlds, the negotiation of a contract that would govern every altar fire and every ritual offering for as long as the Greek religion lasted, and Prometheus arrived at it with a plan. He took a large ox and divided it into two portions. The first portion contained the meat and the organs, the edible parts, the nutritious parts, the parts that sustained life, wrapped inside the stomach of the animal, concealed beneath an unpromising exterior. The second portion contained the bones, the inedible framework of the animal, the parts that provided no sustenance, wrapped in the gleaming white fat, made to look generous and rich on the outside while being essentially worthless within. He set both portions before Zeus and invited the king of the gods to choose which share the gods would receive from every sacrifice. Zeus chose the bones. The tradition diverges here on a detail that matters. Some versions say Zeus was genuinely deceived, saw only the glistening fat, and chose without recognizing the trick. Others say he saw through it immediately, but chose the inferior portion anyway, knowing what he was doing, accepting the arrangement while storing the knowledge of the deception for future use. The second version is the more theologically sophisticated one, and it is the version that makes Zeus's subsequent actions most legible. A king who was not fooled choosing to allow himself to appear fooled, banking the insult against the day when it would justify a response. Either way, the consequence was fixed. From the Mycone feast forward, the fat and bones burned on altars for the gods, and the meat went to the humans who had gathered to sacrifice. Every Greek sacrifice, every offering at every altar across the ancient world replicated this original division, the smoke rising to the gods, the meal remaining with the mortals. Zeus withheld fire from humanity in response. The punishment was calibrated precisely to the offense. Prometheus had ensured that humans kept the best portion of the sacrifice, so Zeus ensured that humans could not cook what they had kept. Fire was not merely a convenience in the Greek understanding of civilized life. It was the condition of civilization itself, the technology that separated human existence from animal existence, the means by which raw nature was transformed into culture. Without fire, there was no cooked food, no metalwork, no warmth against the winter, no light against the dark, no ceramic vessels for storage, no capacity to perform the very sacrificial rituals through which humans maintained their relationship with the gods. The withdrawal of fire was the withdrawal of the human world. Prometheus looked at humanity living in the cold and made his decision. He went to the workshop of Hephaestus, or in some versions to the forge of the sun itself, the source of the original divine fire, and took a live coal. The method of transport was the fennel stalk, a plant whose pithy interior smolders slowly and holds an ember for hours without bursting into flame, which was exactly the property needed for carrying fire across a distance. The fennel stalk was a technology of concealment as much as transport. It looked like a walking stick. It revealed nothing of what it carried, and it delivered its contents intact to the destination. Prometheus brought fire back to the human world inside a plant, which is a detail the tradition preserved with care because it was also a statement about how the theft worked, not through force, not through a confrontation with Zeus that Prometheus could not have won, but through a quiet, careful, unglamorous piece of practical intelligence that was itself an expression of what his name announced. Zeus's response was the most elaborate punishment in the Greek tradition, double in its structure, reaching in two directions simultaneously. One punishment for Prometheus himself, one for humanity as a whole. For Prometheus, chains, and a mountain in the Caucasus, and an eagle. The eagle came each day at dawn and ate his liver, consuming it entirely over the course of the daylight hours, and each night the liver regenerated, completely, perfectly, ready to be consumed again the following morning. The duration of this torment was given variously as 30 years, or 3,000 years, or 30,000 years, the numbers escalating across different sources as if the tradition could not find a figure large enough to express the intended permanence. The punishment was not death. Prometheus was immortal and could not die, but it was the closest thing to death that immortality permitted, an endless repetition of pain with no possibility of conclusion, suffering that regenerated as reliably as the liver it consumed. Heracles eventually ended it. On his way to the garden of the Hesperides for the 11th labor, passing through the Caucasus, he shot the eagle with an arrow and broke the chains, an act that required Zeus's permission, which Zeus gave, in part because the tradition suggested that Prometheus possessed knowledge Zeus needed, a secret about which union would produce the son who would overthrow him. The liberation was a negotiation as much as a rescue, the exchange of information for freedom, and it resolved two outstanding problems simultaneously. Prometheus was freed, and Zeus learned what he needed to know to avoid the fate that had taken his father and grandfather before him. The punishment for humanity took the form of Pandora. Hephaestus made her from clay and water at Zeus's direction, the first woman in the Greek tradition, shaped by the craftsman god with a physical perfection that matched the gifts the other gods would add to her. Athena dressed her and taught her weaving. Aphrodite gave her grace and desire. The Charites and the Herae adorned her. Hermes gave her the capacity for deceit and flattery, and a character suited to the role she was being prepared to fill. The gods called her Pandora, all gifted, which was either an honest description of what she had received or an ironic one, depending on how one weighed the gifts. She was sent to Epimetheus. Prometheus had warned his brother not to accept gifts from Zeus, and Epimetheus, whose name meant afterthought, who possessed in the tradition a consistent and structural inability to recognize consequences before they arrived, accepted her anyway. She came with a large storage jar, a pithos of the kind used to hold grain or wine or olive oil, sealed when she arrived and not meant to be opened. The tradition does not specify who opened it, or exactly when, or precisely why. The details were less important than the fact, which was that it was opened, and from it came everything the jar had contained: illness, labor, old age, grief, envy, vice, the accumulated weight of everything that made mortal life difficult. They dispersed into the world before the lid could be replaced and could not be called back. One thing remained inside when the lid went back on: hope, elpis in the Greek, the word that covered expectation of future good and the sustained orientation toward a future that might be better than the present. Whether hope remaining in the jar was fortunate or unfortunate was a question the Greeks debated without resolving. If hope was trapped inside, was it preserved for human use, or was it withheld along with everything else? The ambiguity was probably intentional. The tradition that had just described the origin of all human suffering was not prepared to offer a simple consolation. The Prometheus myth placed the origin of the human condition not in human sin, not in a transgression committed by the first man or the first woman against a divine prohibition, but in a conflict between two divine figures about principle, about the proper relationship between the gods and the mortals who depended on them. Prometheus had decided that humans deserved fire and had acted on that decision against the explicit will of the king of the gods, and the consequences of that decision had fallen on humans and on Prometheus simultaneously. The structure was different in its moral implications from traditions in which human disobedience causes the fall. Here, the fall came from a divine argument, and humans were its casualties rather than its cause. Zeus had been defied twice, once at the Mecone feast and once at the theft, and his response had been proportionate, systematic, and lasting. The bones still burned on the altars. Fire was back in the human world, but accompanied now by everything that made its use difficult. Prometheus hung on his mountain and waited for the outcome he had seen in advance. The world that these events had produced, the mortal world with fire and illness and hope sealed in a jar, was the world into which the great flood would eventually descend, sweeping away the generation that had accumulated in it and making space for the one that would populate the heroic age. But before the flood came the decision to send it, and the decision required Zeus to look at what the mortal world had become and conclude that it needed to be emptied and refilled, which was an act of governance on a scale that even the thunderbolt had not previously been asked to accomplish. Chapter 12: The Flood of Deucalion. Bronze was the metal of the age Zeus decided to destroy. Hesiod had organized human history into 5 successive races: gold, silver, bronze, heroic, and iron, each produced by the gods and each declining from the previous in some dimension of moral or physical quality. And the bronze race was the third of these, a generation of men made from ash trees who were interested in almost nothing except war. They were not evil in the way that a later tradition might have specified. They were simply pointed in a direction that excluded everything else. A civilization organized entirely around violence and the instruments of violence, caring nothing for the grain that Demeter offered, or the oaths that Zeus Horkios protected, or the hospitality that Zeus Xenios guaranteed. They destroyed themselves as much as Zeus destroyed them. Their wars were total, their appetite for conflict apparently without limit, but the flood was his decision, the instrument of clearance chosen and deployed by the king of the gods, with the deliberateness of a farmer who burns a field that has grown only weeds. The decision required a survey. Zeus had heard the reports from Olympus, had received the accumulated evidence of what the bronze race had become, and he descended himself to confirm it, traveling in mortal form through the human world, presenting himself at doors as a traveler seeking shelter, testing the institution of hospitality that he protected as Zeus Xenios, checking whether any household in any city still understood what it meant to receive a stranger with generosity and protection. The tradition locates the most egregious violation of this test at the court of Lycaon, king of Arcadia, who served Zeus human flesh at dinner, either to test whether his guest was divine or to express his contempt for the divine guest's laws, the tradition offering both motivations without choosing between them. Zeus overturned the table, destroyed the palace, and turned Lycaon into a wolf, an animal whose predatory nature and exclusion from human community expressed exactly the condition Lycaon had already chosen, and returned to Olympus having seen enough. The rain began. Poseidon assisted. The flood required not just rain from above, but the release of the subterranean waters below, the opening of the deep channels that ran beneath the earth's surface, and Poseidon's domain encompassed precisely those waters, the springs and rivers and underground seas that the Greek geological imagination placed beneath the solid ground. Sky and sea working simultaneously, rain falling and groundwater rising. The flood came from every direction at once rather than simply descending from the clouds. The bronze race, which had understood only the instruments of war, had no instrument for this. Deucalion had been warned. He was the son of Prometheus, which meant he carried in his genealogy the specific capacity for forethought that his father's name announced. And when Prometheus sent word of what was coming from his place on the Caucasus, his foreknowledge undiminished by the chains, Deucalion listened and acted. He built a chest or an ark, a sealed wooden container large enough to hold himself and his wife Hera and the provisions necessary for an indeterminate period of floating. Hera was the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, which made her the granddaughter of the jar that had released suffering into the world, a genealogical fact the tradition preserved without elaborating, as if the connection was self-evident enough to require no commentary. The chest floated for 9 days and 9 nights. Some traditions place the landing on the summit of Mount Parnassus, the great peak in central Greece that housed the Delphic oracle. Others gave Mount Othrys in Thessaly, or the mountains of Epirus, or Etna in Sicily, each region offering its highest ground as the place where the flood finally receded enough for the chest to come to rest. Parnassus was the most widely accepted, and its association with Apollo's oracle at Delphi gave the landing site a layered significance. The survivors of the destroyed world, arriving at what would become the center of the New World's prophetic tradition, the beginning and the oracle occupying the same geography. The waters receded. Deucalion and Pyrrha climbed out of the chest onto a landscape emptied of everything that had previously inhabited it. The stillness the tradition does not describe, but leaves available in the space between its sentences, the silence of a world in which every previous sound has stopped, was the condition in which they stood when they looked around and understood what survival meant in this context. They were not merely the last two people, they were the only two people, the entire human population of the world reduced to a man and a woman standing on a wet mountainside above the receding water. They went to the oracle of Themis. The sanctuary was on Parnassus, or near it, an older oracle than the one Apollo would later establish at Delphi, Themis herself presiding over the site in the period before Apollo claimed it, the goddess of deep natural law holding her oracular function at the place that would eventually become the most famous prophetic site in the ancient world. Deucalion and Pyrrha came with a question that had no obvious answer. How could the human race be renewed from two survivors who were aging and finite and alone? Themis gave them an instruction that sounded, on its surface, like an impiety. She told them to veil their heads, loosen their robes, and throw the bones of their mother behind them as they walked. Pyrrha refused at first. The instruction as literally understood would require them to dig up and scatter the bones of their dead mothers, Pronoia for Deucalion, Pandora for Pyrrha, and the desecration of ancestral remains was among the more serious violations in the Greek moral code. She stood on the wet mountainside and would not move, her reluctance the entirely reasonable response of a person who had been through enough already and was not prepared to add sacrilege to survival. Deucalion reasoned through it. Oracles did not speak literally. That was the first principle of oracular interpretation, the operating assumption that every Greek petitioner brought to Delphi or Dodona or any other prophetic site. The mother behind the instruction was not their individual mothers, but the mother of all, Gaia, the earth itself, the broad and ancient ground beneath their feet. Her bones were the stones of the landscape, the rocks that surfaced through the thin mountain soil, the physical skeleton of the earth made visible where the covering of vegetation and sediment was thin enough to show it. They walked, veiled, loosening their garments, throwing stones behind them as they went. From the stones Deucalion threw, men arose. From the stones Pyrrha threw, women. The new race emerged from the earth directly, shaped by the contact between thrown stone and wet ground, hardened by their origins in rock and soil, in a way that the bronze race, made from ash trees, had not been more enduring, more patient, more oriented toward the labor of working the earth that the bronze generation had scorned. The Greeks called them the people of stone, Laos derived from las in some folk etymologies, and whether or not the derivation was linguistically accurate, the idea it expressed was genuine, a generation shaped by their proximity to the earth's own bones, carrying in their constitution the durability of what they had been made from. Deucalion founded the first city. The tradition placed it variously, at the foot of Parnassus, in Thessaly, in Athens, and the multiplicity of foundation claims was itself a form of tribute. The surviving cities of the Greek world, each wanting to trace their origin back to the moment when the human world began again. He made the first sacrifices of the new age which were accepted, and the relationship between mortals and gods, disrupted by the Bronze generation's comprehensive indifference to it, was re-established on the terms that Mechane had set and that the new people would, with varying success, maintain. What the flood had cleared, the throne stones refilled. The heroic age that would follow was not a return to the Bronze generation's world. It was a different kind of world, one prepared specifically for the divine human intersections that would produce Perseus and Heracles and Minos and the long genealogies of heroes whose stories constituted the richest layer of Greek mythology. Zeus had not destroyed the Bronze generation out of arbitrary dissatisfaction. He had cleared the ground for what he was about to plant in it. The planting would require his own direct participation, a series of divine descents into the mortal world, each taking a different form, each leaving behind a child who would inhabit the new world with capacities no ordinary human could match. The metamorphoses were already beginning, and the forms Zeus would take in them were stranger and more various than anything the Bronze generation, in all its martial imagination, had thought to prepare for. Chapter 13: The Uses of Metamorphosis. The transformations of Zeus were not, in the Greek theological imagination, acts of disguise in the ordinary sense, a person concealing their identity to gain access they would otherwise be denied. They were something more structurally significant than that, something that the tradition encoded in the specific forms chosen and the specific consequences that followed from each one. The gap between divine and mortal natures was, in the Greek understanding, absolute in a particular direction. A mortal who encountered the full unmediated presence of a god could not survive it. Semele would demonstrate this later, fatally. The metamorphoses were the theological solution to a problem that was not primarily erotic, but cosmological: how divine nature could make contact with mortal nature without destroying it, how the unbridgeable could be bridged in a form that left the mortal participant alive and capable of carrying what the encounter had produced. The forms Zeus chose were not arbitrary. Each one expressed something about the nature of the encounter and the nature of what would come from it, and the Greeks read them with the interpretive attention they brought to all mythological details, understanding that a god who chose to become a swan or a bull or a shower of gold was making a statement as much as a decision. Io was the first of the major metamorphosis episodes in the tradition's standard ordering, and her story was unusual in that the transformation was applied to her rather than to Zeus. She was a priestess of Hera at Argos, which is either an irony the tradition deployed deliberately or simply an indication of how thoroughly the mythology was willing to implicate Hera's own sanctuary in the events that caused her the most distress. Zeus noticed her, and what followed depended on which version of the story one read. In some accounts, he transformed her into a white heifer himself to hide her from Hera's attention. In others, Hera discovered the situation and applied the transformation as punishment, turning the object of Zeus's interest into an animal form that expressed her assessment of the situation. Either way, Io wandered the world as a heifer, which was not the relatively contained misfortune it might appear to be. Hera set Argus Panoptes to watch her. the all-seeing giant whose body was covered in eyes, 100 of them by some counts, distributed across his skin so that no matter which of them slept, others remained open and watching. He was the perfect guard for a hidden secret, a being whose physiology was organized entirely around surveillance, and he kept Io under observation with a thoroughness that made any intervention on her behalf essentially impossible as long as he lived. Zeus sent Hermes. The method Hermes used to kill Argus is one of the more quietly remarkable episodes in the tradition, because it worked not through force. Hermes was not physically stronger than Argus, and a direct confrontation would not have produced the necessary outcome, but through narrative. Hermes sat beside Argus and began to tell him a story, the long story of Syrinx, the naiad who was pursued by Pan and fled to the river and called on the water nymphs for help and was transformed into hollow reeds, and how Pan, finding only reeds where Syrinx had been, cut them and bound them together and made from them the instrument that carried her name, the panpipes. The story was long and gently told, and Hermes told it with the unhurried patience of someone who understood that the point was not to finish quickly, but to continue, and one by one, as the story ran on, the eyes of Argus closed. When all of them were shut, Hermes killed him. Hera gathered Argus's eyes and placed them in the tail of her peacock, the monument to her most faithful guard, preserved in the plumage of her sacred bird, every eye that had watched Io now watching from a different and permanent position, the surveillance transformed into decoration. Io, meanwhile, was released from Argus's watch, but not from Hera's attention. The goddess sent a gadfly to torment her, driving the white heifer across the world in a wandering that carried her through what the Greeks called the Ionian Sea, named, the tradition said, for her passage through it, and eventually to Egypt, where Zeus restored her to human form, and she bore Epiphus, who became a king of Egypt and the ancestor of a line that would eventually include Danaus and his daughters, and through them the great genealogies of the Argive heroic tradition. The transformation of Zeus into a bull for Europa operated differently, with a directness and a visual clarity that the Io episode, complicated as it was by Hera's interventions, did not possess. Europa was a Phoenician princess from Sidon, a city on the coast of what is now Lebanon, and the tradition's placement of the encounter on a Phoenician beach was geographically precise, the Eastern Mediterranean, the edge of the Greek world's understanding of itself, a place where the myth could happen because it was far enough away that the mechanics did not need to be explained. Zeus became a bull of extraordinary beauty. The tradition lingers on this detail with a specificity unusual in mythological descriptions. The animal was white, entirely white, its horns small and perfectly shaped, its breath fragrant, its disposition gentle, its manner so unthreatening that Europa and her companions were not afraid of it when it appeared among them on the beach. It lay down near her. She decorated its horns with flowers. She climbed onto its back as one might climb onto a very large, very gentle, very beautiful animal, without the expectation that the animal had an agenda. The bull entered the sea. It moved steadily westward across the Mediterranean, away from the Phoenician coast, toward Crete, the island that had hidden the infant Zeus, that had been the beginning of everything, that now received the consequence of what the adult Zeus had become. Europa held on, and the sea was calm around them, and the tradition gives her a moment of looking back at the receding shore and forward at the unknown horizon, the transition between her previous world and the world she was being carried toward, rendered in the image of a woman on a bull's back above open water, her hands holding its horns, everything familiar behind her and everything unfamiliar ahead. On Crete she bore Minos, who would become the greatest king the island ever had, its lawgiver, the figure whose reputation for justice followed him past death into the role of judge of the underworld. Dana's story had a different texture altogether. Her father Acrisius, king of Argos, had been told by an oracle that his daughter's son would kill him, which was the kind of prophecy that the Greek tradition treated as an instruction manual for producing the very outcome it described, every attempt to prevent it becoming a link in the chain of causation that made it inevitable. Acrisius built a bronze tower, or an underground chamber depending on the source, and locked Danae inside it with her attendants, cutting her off from the ordinary world and from any possibility of bearing the child the oracle had mentioned. Zeus came as a shower of gold. The image entered the Western visual tradition with extraordinary persistence. Dana in her chamber, the gold descending through a window or a roof opening, the divine presence arriving as precious metal rather than as any animate form. Ancient interpreters sometimes read it as a metaphor. The gold was a bribe or a gift or simply wealth, and the story was an oblique way of describing a mortal seduction conducted through material means rather than divine transformation. The tradition itself did not insist on the literal reading and did not insist on the metaphorical one, holding both possibilities open with the characteristic Greek comfort with mythological ambiguity. Either way, Perseus was born in the sealed chamber, and Acrisius's response was to set Danae and the infant adrift in a sealed chest, the same floating container that kept appearing in the tradition as the vehicle for dangerous births, connecting Perseus's beginning to Deucalion's survival and to the chest inside which Zeus himself had been hidden from Cronus. Leda encountered Zeus as a swan on the banks of the Eurotas River in Sparta, and from that encounter, on the same night that she also lay with her husband Tyndareus, producing in a single evening both divine and mortal offspring, came Helen, whose beauty would eventually provide the mechanism for the Trojan War, and the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, the twin brothers who became the patron deities of sailors and the constellation that Greeks looked for on the horizon when storms threatened at sea. The pattern across all of these, the heifer, the bull, the gold, the swan, the other forms the tradition attributed to Zeus in other encounters, was not merely a catalogue of divine disguises. It was a mythological account of how the heroic age came to be populated with figures of divine descent, how the human world after Deucalion's flood came to contain people who were more than human without being fully divine, who could face the monsters that Typhon and Echidna had distributed across the landscape, who could navigate the space between the mortal and immortal worlds with a capability that ordinary humans did not possess. The metamorphoses were the technology of the heroic age, the mechanism by which the divine nature necessary to produce a Perseus or a Minos or a Helen entered the human bloodline. The Greeks understood this. The specific form of each transformation, the white bull's fragrant breath, the swan's ambiguous grace, The golden rain descending into a sealed chamber carried information about the nature of the encounter and the nature of the child it produced, and readers of the tradition who paid attention to the forms could read in them something about the character of what each union was intended to generate. Europa's bull was majestic and gentle, and moved across the sea with absolute confidence. Minos became a lawgiver and a king. Dana's gold came through enclosure into a sealed space. Perseus carried throughout his mythology a capacity for operating in confined and apparently impossible situations, finding the exit from the bronze chamber, finding the way through the Gorgon's lair, finding the route back from the edge of the world. The metamorphoses were ending. Zeus had taken the forms the heroic age required him to take, had left in the human world the children that the human world needed for what was coming. The divine offspring who arrived through Olympus rather than through transformation, Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, had their own origin stories, their own arrivals, each as specific and as consequential as the metamorphoses that had populated the mortal world with its greatest figures. Those births, and what they revealed about the particular kind of father Zeus was, attentive to some of his children, indifferent to others, capable of extraordinary lengths to preserve a child he valued, and equally capable of allowing a child suffering when necessity required it, were the next thing the tradition had to show. Chapter 14: Fathers and Children. The divine children of Zeus were not a family in any sense that the word ordinarily implies. They did not grow up together, did not share a household, did not develop their natures through proximity to each other or to their father. Each arrived in the world through a separate encounter, in a separate location, under separate circumstances, and each became what they were through processes that had almost nothing to do with paternal guidance or fraternal relationship. What they shared was a genealogical fact and a theological consequence. They were the children of the King of the gods, and that origin shaped their divine functions in ways that distributed Zeus's own nature across the Olympian court in a dozen different directions simultaneously. Leto wandered for the entire duration of her pregnancy. She was a Titan's daughter, child of Coeus and Phoebe, the Titans associated with the axis of the sky and with the brightness of intellect, and her union with Zeus had produced a pregnancy that Hera found intolerable. The queen of the gods could not undo what Zeus had done, but she could ensure that Leto found nowhere to give birth, and she did this through a prohibition so comprehensive that it covered every piece of solid land in the known world. No place that received sunlight, no place that rested on the firm earth, could offer Leto shelter for the birth of Zeus's children. The prohibition was not merely a divine command, it was a terror, Hera's power expressed as a condition that the land itself had internalized, so that when Leto arrived at a shore or a hillside or a meadow, the place refused her through something resembling fear rather than something resembling policy. Delos accepted her. The island was floating, untethered to the sea floor, drifting in the Aegean currents with the instability of a place that had never committed to remaining anywhere, and floating islands, in the Greek geographical imagination, did not rest on the firm earth in the way that solid land did. Hera's prohibition could not reach it, or could not reach it in the same way, and Delos offered what the rest of the world had refused. The birth took 9 days and 9 nights. The great goddesses attended, Rhea, Themis, Amphitrite, and others, but Hera withheld Aletheia, the goddess of childbirth, for as long as she could, sending that delay across the world as a final instrument of prolonged suffering. Eventually, Aletheia was persuaded to come, or was bribed with a necklace of amber 9 cubits long, and the births proceeded. Apollo came first, then Artemis, and the island of Delos was fixed to the seafloor as the gods' reward for having accepted them. The floating place made permanent by the weight of what it had witnessed, anchored by the birth of divinity in a way that geography could not accomplish. The island became one of the most sacred sites in the Aegean world, a place of pilgrimage and festival and trade, its sanctity rooted in this specific moment of divine birth rather than in any later accumulation of cult practice. Sailors passing Delos in antiquity understood that they were passing the place where Apollo and Artemis had first drawn breath and treated the proximity accordingly. Apollo took prophecy, music, the light of reason applied to the darkness of the unknown. His oracle at Delphi eventually superseded Themis's at the same site, and he became the divine figure through whom the Greeks sought to understand the structure of what fate had already decided, not to change it, which was generally impossible, but to navigate it with the advanced knowledge that distinguishing between avoidable and unavoidable misfortune required. His twin Artemis took the hunt, the moon, the protection of young animals and young women at the threshold between childhood and adult life, the wild margins of the settled world where cultivation ended and something older began. Hermes arrived in a cave on Mount Selene in Arcadia, born to Maia, a daughter of Atlas and one of the 7 Pleiades, sisters who had been transformed into stars to protect them from Orion's pursuit, or to preserve their grief at the fate of their father, the tradition offering both explanations with equal confidence. Maia had been hiding from Hera's attention in her cave, meeting Zeus only in the depth of night when the other gods slept, and the divine court's surveillance was minimal, and her son was born into that atmosphere of concealment, which may explain something about the character he displayed from the first hours of his existence. By the evening of the day he was born, Hermes had invented the lyre, stolen cattle, and lied fluently to his older brother's face. The lyre came first. He found a tortoise near the entrance of his cave, killed it, stretched strings of sheep gut across the hollow of its shell, and produced from the combination an instrument whose sound was unlike anything that had existed before it, music in a form that could be carried and played anywhere, the portability of the lyre being as significant as its sound in a tradition that valued mobility. He played it, and the music was immediately beautiful, which the tradition presents not as a surprise, but as an inevitability. Hermes made things that worked perfectly on the first attempt because the capacity for craft and the intelligence to apply it arrived in him simultaneously at birth. The cattle theft was more elaborate. He drove a herd of 50 cattle backward, making them walk in reverse so their hoofprints pointed in the direction opposite to their actual travel, then hid them in a cave in Pylos and sacrificed 2 of them, the first sacrificial act of his mythology, a claim on the ritual relationship between gods and mortals, before returning to his cradle and wrapping himself in his swaddling clothes with the expression of a creature that had not moved all night. When Apollo came looking for his cattle, Following the trail by his oracular knowledge to Selene, he found an infant who looked at him with eyes that communicated absolute innocence and denied everything with an articulacy that a day-old child should not have possessed. The dispute went before Zeus, who found the whole episode amusing in the way that a father finds a very young child's first successful deception amusing, with a recognition that the capacity being demonstrated, however problematic in this specific instance, was exactly the capacity that would make the child useful later. Zeus ruled that Hermes must return the cattle and make peace with Apollo. Hermes played the lyre for Apollo, who was so overcome by the instrument that he traded his entire cattle herd for it, and then traded his golden staff, the caduceus, the herald's wand, for the panpipes that Hermes also produced, and the two brothers left the encounter as allies bound by an exchange of gifts that had transformed a theft into a relationship. Dionysus arrived into the world twice, which was itself a statement about the nature of the god who resulted. Semele was a Theban princess, daughter of Cadmus, and her relationship with Zeus had been proceeding without the elaborate concealment that Maya had practiced, which made it visible to Hera, who had spent considerable time and energy developing strategies for responding to exactly this situation. She visited Semele in the form of her old nurse Biro, establishing trust through disguise with the patience of someone who understood that the damage she wanted to do required Semele's willing participation. In this form, she introduced a question, subtle, carefully placed, designed to grow rather than to arrive with its full weight at once. Was Semele entirely certain that her divine lover was who he claimed to be? Wouldn't a woman who was truly beloved by the king of the gods deserve to see him as he actually was, rather than in the softened mortal compatible form he had been presenting? The question did its work. Semele asked Zeus to grant her a wish before revealing what it was, and Zeus, who loved her in whatever way a god loves a mortal, swore by the Styx to grant it. The oath by the Styx was the strongest commitment in the divine lexicon, the one no god could break without consequences, that reached below the underworld itself, and Zeus swore it before he knew what he was swearing to. When Semele asked to see him in his full divine form, unmediated, exactly as he appeared to Hera, his grief was immediate and genuine. He knew what would happen, knew that a mortal body could not accommodate the direct presence of the divine fire, and could not refuse because the Styx held him. He appeared to her. The fire destroyed her. Zeus took the unborn child from the ruins of Semele and sewed him into his own thigh, the same capacity for divine gestation that had held Athena, now applied to a second situation in which a child needed to be carried to term without a living mother to carry it. Dionysus was born from Zeus's thigh when the time came, which gave him the epithet Dithyrambos, twice born, and gave him a divine father who had also served as his mother, a doubling of parentage that expressed something about the doubled nature the god would carry through his mythology, divine and mortal, ecstatic and destructive, liberating and annihilating, the god who could not be classified by any single set of attributes because his birth had already placed him outside the ordinary categories. Zeus handed the infant to Hermes, who took him to Ino, Semele's sister, who raised him in secret from Hera's attention. The hiding did not last. Hera found him as she always found Zeus's children eventually, and drove Ino and her husband Athamas mad as punishment for sheltering him. Dionysus survived through the intervention of Zeus, who eventually took him to the nymphs of Nysa, the mythological mountain whose location the tradition distributed generously across the entire ancient world, each culture that received his worship offering a different Nysa as the place where the god of wine and ecstasy had been raised. The children of Zeus together covered the full range of what the Greek divine world required: prophecy and reason, the hunt and the moon's dark phases, craft and theft and boundary crossing, music and the dissolution that music could produce when taken to its extreme. Each had arrived through difficulty: Athena through a skull, Apollo and Artemis through 9 days of labor on a floating island, Hermes through a secret cave, Dionysus through fire and a thigh, and a series of concealments that barely kept him alive long enough to become himself. Zeus had fathered all of them, had been present at the critical moments of most of their arrivals, had intervened to save Dionysus in ways he had not intervened to save Semele, and the asymmetry was the kind of thing the tradition preserved without apologizing for, because the tradition understood that divine fatherhood in this mythology was not measured by consistent protective attention, but by genealogical consequence. Zeus's children were what they were because of who he was, and who he was extended through them into every corner of the Greek divine world. The mortal world, populated now with their divine half-siblings through the metamorphoses, was a world in which the consequences of all these births were about to unfold in the form of suffering that the gods could witness but not always prevent, and in some cases not always choose to prevent, because the boundary between the mortal and the divine was maintained, among other means, by the willingness of the divine to let the mortal world bear what the mortal world had been given to bear. The punishments that Zeus administered were the other side of that willingness, the enforcement of the boundaries that made the cosmos function, applied to the figures who had pushed against them with the confidence of beings who believed they were exceptional enough to be exempt. They were not. Chapter 15: The Reign of Law and Punishment. The myths of divine punishment in the Greek tradition were not cautionary tales in the simple sense, stories designed to frighten mortals into correct behavior by demonstrating the consequences of transgression. They were something more structurally necessary than that, closer to what a legal tradition calls precedent, the record of specific cases in which specific violations of specific cosmic boundaries had been adjudicated, the outcomes preserved not primarily as warnings, but as evidence of what the boundaries were and why they existed. Zeus punished because the cosmos required the enforcement of distinctions that could not be allowed to blur between mortal and immortal, between guest and host, between the living and the dead, between the privileged access that gods held and the access that mortals were permitted. When those distinctions were violated with sufficient completeness, the punishment that followed was the boundary reasserting itself through divine action. Tantalus had occupied a position unlike any other mortal in the tradition. He had been invited to dine with the gods, actually admitted to the divine table, served the nectar and ambrosia that maintained divine immortality, trusted with the presence of the Olympians in a way that no other mortal had been trusted. The tradition does not specify precisely why this extraordinary privilege had been extended to him. only that he was a son of Zeus by a mortal woman and a king of Lydia or Phrygia, and that the invitation represented a form of divine favor whose magnitude was commensurate with the betrayal that followed. He stole nectar and ambrosia and distributed them among his mortal companions. This was the first violation, the taking of a substance that maintained the divine condition and the sharing of it with mortals, an attempt to dissolve the distinction between immortal and mortal nature by transferring the chemical basis of immortality across the boundary that separated them. He revealed the secrets of the gods to mortals, the second violation, converting divine privileged knowledge into mortal common knowledge, breaking the informational asymmetry that was part of what made the divine divine. And then he did something that exceeded both of these in its directness and its horror. He invited the gods to a feast at his palace and served them his son Pelops, killed and cooked, the flesh presented as a dish among other dishes, the entire preparation a test of divine omniscience, disguised as hospitality. The tradition offered two explanations for why he did it, either to test whether the gods could detect what they had been given, a monstrous experiment in divine perception, or because he wanted to honor the gods with the most precious thing he possessed, a logic so grotesquely distorted that the tradition did not validate it, but preserved it alongside the other explanation, without choosing between them. The gods recognized what was before them, with a single exception. Demeter, deep in her grief for Persephone, who had recently been taken to the underworld, ate from the dish without attending to it fully, consuming the shoulder before the others had touched their plates. The gods restored Pelops. They gathered what Tantalus had served, reassembled it, and Hephaestus fashioned a replacement shoulder from ivory, which is why the tradition said the descendants of Pelops carried a mark of ivory on their shoulder, the physical trace of a divine repair visible in the bloodline for generations. Pelops was returned to life, more beautiful than before, and became the figure from whom the Peloponnese took its name, the peninsula of Pelops, his geography so thoroughly associated with his presence that the land itself remembered him. Tantalus was sent to Tartarus. His punishment was the eternal proximity of what he could not reach. He stood in a pool of water that receded when he bent to drink, beneath fruit trees whose branches lifted their loads out of his grasp whenever he reached upward. Hunger and thirst in permanent adjacency to food and water, the punishment calibrated precisely to the violation. The man who had stolen divine substance now denied the most basic mortal substance. Surrounded by abundance he could never close his hand around. The Greeks gave his name to the condition his punishment described. The word tantalizing preserves the shape of what he experienced, the closeness of the desired thing, and the impossibility of obtaining it, across the full distance from ancient Lydia to the present. Sisyphus had gone further. Where Tantalus had violated the boundary between mortal and immortal access, Sisyphus had attacked the mechanism of mortality itself. He was a king of Corinth, the most cunning man in the mortal world by the tradition's assessment, cunning in the specific Greek sense of metis, practical intelligence applied to achieving outcomes that direct force could not accomplish, the same quality that Metis embodied at the divine level. He had cheated death on multiple occasions through stratagems that the tradition admired even while recording their ultimate futility. The most consequential was the chaining of Thanatos. Death himself, not a metaphor, but a divine figure, a son of night who moved through the mortal world collecting what was owed, came for Sisyphus, and Sisyphus somehow persuaded him to demonstrate the chains he carried, then lock them on him. With Thanatos chained, no mortal could die. The world filled with the suffering of those whose time had come, but who could not complete the passage, wounded men who should have died from their wounds, the very old who should have found their rest, the natural processes of mortal life interrupted at their completion point. Ares, whose domain of war required the dead to be produced in quantity, found his battlefield filling with unkillable soldiers and came to Zeus in considerable agitation. Zeus sent Ares to free Thanatos, and Sisyphus was taken to the underworld. He had arranged before dying to be improperly buried, no funeral rites performed, no coins placed in his mouth for the ferry across the Styx, no proper observance of the rituals that completed the mortal passage. From the underworld he petitioned Persephone for temporary release to return to the upper world and correct the situation, and Persephone, whose governance of the underworld included obligations of hospitality to its petitioners, allowed it. Sisyphus went back to the living world, corrected nothing, and lived out a long additional span of mortal life before dying again and arriving in Tartarus with the full accumulated weight of his transgressions to be accounted for. The boulder and the hill were his forever. He pushed the stone to the summit. It rolled back down. He pushed it again, and it rolled back again, and the repetition was eternal. The man whose cunning had found a way around every constraint, discovering that the constraint against which no cunning was effective was the simple physical fact of a boulder on a slope, work without result, effort without completion, the antithesis of the Metis, whose misapplication had brought him there. Ixion's transgression operated at a different level still. He had killed his father-in-law, the first kin murder in the tradition, the first violation of the blood obligation that connected a man to the family he had married into, and had expected to escape the consequences through the same social mechanisms that protected other kinds of killers: purification, payment of blood price, the ritual cleansing that allowed a killer to return to human society. No one would purify him. The tradition presents this as a cascade failure of social obligation, each potential purifier declining in turn, until Zeus himself undertook the purification, an extraordinary act of divine condescension, the king of the gods performing for a mortal the ritual that mortal society had refused to perform. Ixion repaid this with the worst violation the tradition could imagine at the divine level. He pursued Hera. Zeus, discovering the intention, created a cloud in Hera's exact form and sent it to Ixion's bed. Ixion lay with the cloud, believing it was the queen of the gods, and boasted afterward of what he had done. From the union of Ixion and the cloud came the centaurs, a race that existed at the boundary between human and animal nature, neither fully one nor fully the other, their origin in a deception perfectly expressing their permanent liminality. Ixion was bound to a burning wheel in Tartarus that rotated continuously, the fire and the motion and the eternity of it, expressing what happened to the man who had received the greatest divine favor available and converted it into the most direct possible attack on divine sovereignty. Asclepius stood apart from Tantalus and Sisyphus and Ixion because his transgression was not a violation born of appetite or cunning or resentment, but of the excess of a gift. He was the son of Apollo and the mortal Coronis, trained in medicine by the centaur Chiron on Mount Pelion, and he became the greatest healer the world had known, a figure whose medical knowledge extended beyond what healing ordinarily meant. He could restore the dead to life. The tradition names specific figures he had raised: Hippolytus, son of Theseus, Tyndareus, Glaucus, others, and the list's accumulation made visible the problem that Asclepius's gift, applied without restraint, would eventually produce. If the dead could be returned to life, the boundary between the living and the dead became permeable. If that boundary became permeable, the underworld's population would cease to grow. The natural flow of mortal life toward its conclusion would be interrupted, and the structure of the cosmos that depended on the finality of death would begin to dissolve. Hades complained to Zeus. The complaint was not merely the territorial concern of a god whose domain was being underpopulated. It was a constitutional objection to the violation of one of the cosmos's foundational distinctions. Zeus struck Asclepius with a thunderbolt. Apollo, whose son had just been killed by his own father-in-law's thunderbolt, was consumed by a grief that expressed itself as rage. He could not strike Zeus, who was beyond his reach, in a way that the Cyclopes, who had forged the thunderbolt, were not, so he killed the Cyclopes instead, shooting them with his silver arrows in an act of displaced retaliation that the tradition records with a kind of grim logic. Zeus responded by sending Apollo to serve as a mortal laborer for King Metis of Phaerae for a year, a punishment calibrated to Apollo's nature, the god of light and reason reduced to ordinary servitude, the divine subordinated to the mortal in the most direct possible form. What these punishments shared, beyond their severity, was a structural quality. Each one addressed a specific category of violation, and each sentence was designed to mirror the nature of the violation in a form that made the connection visible. Tantalus had reached for what mortals should not have. He was surrounded by things he could not reach. Sisyphus had evaded completion. He was given work that could never be completed. Ixion had violated hospitality at the highest level. He was bound to a wheel that permitted no rest, no arrival, no completion of the journey that hospitality was supposed to make possible. Asclepius had erased the boundary between life and death. He was killed, made to cross the boundary he had been erasing, placed firmly on the side of it that his gift had been dissolving. The reign of Zeus was not arbitrary. Its punishments were the cosmos's own logic, expressed through the figure who held the balance and applied what it indicated. The heroic age that those punishments had helped to define, the age in which Perseus and Heracles and Minos and Helen moved through a world that the flood had cleared and the divine metamorphoses had populated with beings of extraordinary capacity, was already underway, already generating the figures who would carry the Greek mythological tradition through its richest period. And at the center of that period, larger than any other figure in it, carrying more myth than any other mortal-born being the tradition had produced, was a son of Zeus who had been hated from before his birth by the most powerful figure on Olympus, and who had survived it anyway through a combination of divine origin, mortal endurance, and a capacity for suffering that the tradition found somehow equivalent to a form of greatness. Chapter 16. The Age of Heroes begins. The Argive plain stretched southward from the hills above the Heraian toward the sea, flat and wide and agriculturally generous, and it was from this landscape that some of the oldest heroic genealogies in the Greek tradition emerged, lines of descent traced back through generations of kings and founders to the divine unions that had seeded the heroic age with its defining figures. The plain remembered its heroes in its place names and its monuments, in the ruins of Bronze Age palaces that classical Greeks walked past and attributed to a race of beings larger and more capable than themselves, in the stories attached to springs and hillsides and the foundations of walls so massive that later Greeks called them Cyclopean, and believed that ordinary human labor could not have raised them. The heroic age had left a physical residue in the landscape, and the Greeks of the historical period lived inside that residue, understanding themselves as the diminished inheritors of a world that had once been inhabited by something closer to the divine. Hesiod had given this intuition its formal structure. The 5 ages, gold, silver, bronze, heroic, and iron, organized the Greek sense of temporal decline into a sequence that was not entirely linear, because the heroic age represented an interruption of the downward trajectory. Gold had given way to silver, silver to bronze, and the Bronze Age had been violent enough and impious enough that Zeus destroyed it with the flood. But what came next was not iron, not the age of labor and diminishment that Hesiod's own generation inhabited, but something better than bronze, a special generation that Zeus had made specifically, a race of godlike heroes who fought at Thebes and at Troy, and whose deeds constituted the richest single layer of Greek mythological memory. The heroic age was an improvement deliberately created. This is a theological point the tradition does not always make explicit, but which is present in the structure of Hesiod's account. Zeus had cleared the bronze generation and replaced it not with the next step in the decline, but with an intentional elevation, a generation seeded with divine nature through the unions that had been accumulating since the flood, populated with the children of gods and the children of those children, given a world that the punishment myths had legally organized and the Olympian court had theologically structured. The heroic age was not an accident of divine genealogy. It was a construction, the mortal world stocked with beings adequate to face what Typhon's offspring had distributed across the landscape, and to accomplish what the divine plan required of the period between Deucalion's flood and the present. Perseus was among the first of the great heroes in the tradition's genealogical reckoning, and his story carried in its structure many of the elements that the heroic tradition would repeat across subsequent figures: the divine birth, the persecuted infancy, the impossible task imposed by a figure who expected it to result in death, the divine assistance that made the impossible achievable, and the fulfillment of an oracle that the oracle's subject had done everything to prevent. Acrisius had sealed Danae in her bronze enclosure to prevent the birth the oracle had promised. Zeus had come as a shower of gold and rendered the enclosure irrelevant. Acrisius had then set Danae and the infant Perseus adrift in a sealed chest to let the sea accomplish what the tower had failed to accomplish, and the sea had delivered them to the island of Seriphus instead. Perseus grew up on Seriphos, and the king of the island, Polydectes, wanting Dania for himself and wanting Perseus removed, sent the young man after the head of Medusa, one of the three Gorgons, the only mortal one, whose gaze turned whatever it met to stone. The task was designed to be a death sentence. Perseus accomplished it with divine assistance of a precision that expressed how closely the heroic age was supervised by the Olympian court. Athena gave him a polished shield to use as a mirror, so he could approach Medusa without meeting her gaze directly. Hermes provided winged sandals and a curved sword. The Graeae, the three ancient sisters who shared a single eye between them, were robbed of that eye by Perseus until they told him where to find the Hesperides, who gave him a bag to hold the severed head without releasing its petrifying power. The cap of invisibility that the Cyclopes had made for Hades was also available to him. Perseus returned with the head, freed Andromeda from her rock on the way back, killed Polydectes by showing him Medusa's face, and eventually arrived at the Argive Games, where a discus throw gone sideways struck and killed an old man in the crowd. The old man was Acrisius. The oracle had been right, as oracles always were, and the mechanism of its fulfillment had been a discus at an athletic contest, not an act of intention, not a moment of vengeance, but an accident at a sporting event, the kind of occurrence so ordinary that no precaution could have prevented it, which is precisely the point the oracle tradition was always making. The foreseen outcome arrived through an avenue that the precautions had never addressed, because the precautions were organized against the routes that Acrisius had imagined, and fate used a different one. Minos occupied a different kind of heroic significance. He was the son of Zeus and Europa, raised on Crete among the children that Europa bore after the bull had carried her across the sea, and he became the greatest king the island would ever produce, a lawgiver whose reputation for justice was so widely recognized that it followed him past his death into the underworld, where he served as one of the three judges of the dead alongside Aeacus and Rhadamanthus. The Greeks' willingness to place Minos in that judicial role, to give a Cretan king authority over the souls of all the dead, regardless of origin, was a measure of how completely his reputation for fairness had penetrated the tradition. Laws descended from divine origin through Minos in the same way that the thunderbolt had descended through the Cyclopes to Zeus. The craftsman who made the instrument was not the authority that wielded it, but the instrument carried the divine nature of what had commissioned it. His reign on Crete was complicated by the Minotaur, the creature born of his wife Pasiphae's unnatural union with a bull sent by Poseidon, whose housing in the labyrinth built by Daedalus and whose feeding with Athenian tribute children represented the darkest chapter of Minoan power, but the tradition consistently maintained that Minos himself, despite these circumstances, was a figure of genuine judicial authority. The labyrinth was a problem Minos managed rather than a monument to his character. The judgeship in the underworld was the tradition's final verdict on what he had been. Helen had no labors to perform, no monsters to face, no impossible tasks imposed by hostile kings. Her heroic significance was purely genealogical and almost entirely passive in its operation. She was the condition of the Trojan War rather than one of its agents, the reason the ships were launched rather than a figure who launched them. But her divine origin was among the most direct in the entire heroic tradition. Daughter of Zeus himself, Born from the swan encounter with Leda, her beauty understood by the Greeks not as an ordinary human quality, but as a divine attribute operating in the mortal world, a force that moved history the way the thunderbolt moved storms. Helen was what happened when Zeus's nature entered the human bloodline without the mediation of a heroic task to channel it, the divine quality expressing itself as beauty so extreme that it had the same effect on the historical world that the thunderbolt had on the sky. She was also, in the tradition's more theologically explicit readings, part of Zeus's plan. The Cypria, one of the lost poems of the epic cycle, preserved a version of the Trojan War's origin in which the war was Zeus's solution to a specific problem. The earth was overpopulated, carrying more mortal life than it could sustain, and Zeus needed to reduce that population significantly. The war was the instrument of reduction. Tens of thousands of heroic figures, the greatest generation the mortal world had produced, gathered in one place and set to destroying each other over 10 years. Helen was the pretext, the specific beauty that made the specific offense possible, the particular chain of causation that Zeus had organized to produce the outcome he required. The Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, Helen's brothers, born from the same Lydian encounter, carried a heroic significance of a different register. They were patron deities of sailors, the pair of lights that appeared on the mastheads of ships in storms, and were understood as their presence, the divine twins' protection expressed as Saint Elmo's fire in the rigging. Their story included the complication of their divided nature. Castor was mortal, son of Tyndareus, while Pollux was divine, son of Zeus. And when Castor died in a cattle raid, Pollux could not bear the loss of his twin and asked Zeus to allow him to share his immortality rather than live in it alone. Zeus permitted the arrangement. The brothers alternated between Olympus and the underworld, one above and one below, in a rotation that kept them permanently connected, at the cost of permanent separation, each always knowing where the other was, and neither ever being entirely where the other was. The heroic age was now fully populated. Perseus had demonstrated that the divine parentage the metamorphoses had produced was functionally operative in the mortal world, that a son of Zeus could accomplish what no ordinary mortal could face what Typhon's offspring had distributed across the landscape and come back with the head in the bag. Minos had demonstrated that divine parentage produced not only martial capacity but judicial authority, the capacity to organize human law on principles closer to divine law than ordinary mortal governance could reach. Helen had demonstrated that divine nature in the mortal world did not always express itself as strength or wisdom, but sometimes as an irresistible force of a different kind, one that moved history as surely as any thunderbolt. Heracles waited in Thebes, already hated by Hera before his birth, the night of his conception already 3 times its ordinary length, because Zeus had extended it to ensure that the child who would be born would be everything the heroic age had been building toward, the greatest figure the divine human union had produced, the mortal who would carry more myth than any other single being in the Greek tradition, the man who would eventually stop being mortal altogether. His life had already been decided before it began, its shape fixed by the same divine machinery that had fixed Perseus's and Minos's and Helen's, and the machinery was already in motion, turning toward the night in Thebes when Alcmene would look up and see her husband return from a campaign and not know, not yet, that the figure standing in her doorway had been there 3 times as long as any night had a right to be. Chapter 17. The Hero, the War, and the Long Recession. Heracles was born into opposition. Before he drew his first breath, Hera had already moved against him, delaying his birth through the manipulation of Eileithyia, ensuring that Eurystheus entered the world first and thereby inherited the Argive kingship that Zeus had intended for his son, rearranging the order of mortal births to accomplish what divine law would not allow her to accomplish directly. The night of Heracles' conception had been 3 times its ordinary length, Zeus extending the darkness to ensure that the child produced in it would be extraordinary, and Hera's response was to ensure that the extraordinary child would spend his life in service to a far less extraordinary one. The serpents came first, 2 of them sent by Hera to the nursery at Thebes, while Heracles lay in his cradle alongside his half-brother Iphicles, and what happened when they arrived established the register of everything that followed. Iphicles screamed. Heracles reached out and strangled them, 1 in each hand, and was found by his parents holding the dead snakes with the composure of a child who had done something entirely natural and was waiting for someone to explain why it had been unusual. He grew under the tutelage of figures who represented the full range of what a hero required. Chiron the centaur taught him, the same Chiron who had taught Asclepius medicine and would teach Achilles warfare, the great centaur educator whose half-animal nature gave him access to knowledge that purely human teachers could not have possessed, rooted in the physical world and the natural world simultaneously. Linus taught him music, and Heracles killed him with his own lyre when Linus struck him for playing incorrectly, a detail the tradition preserves as the first expression of the quality that would define his mythology, a strength so far beyond ordinary human measure that it operated without the social constraints that ordinary human strength accepted. The madness came when he was established in Thebes, married to Megara, the father of children, a figure embedded in the domestic life that the heroic tradition usually kept at a comfortable distance from its central figures. Hera sent it. The specific nature of what she did is described consistently across sources. She drove him mad, a divine interference with the perceptions and judgment that reduced the greatest hero in the world to a figure who could no longer accurately distinguish friend from enemy, family from threat. When the madness lifted, his children were dead, and Megara was dead, and Heracles was standing in a room that the tradition does not describe in detail, because description was not the point. The point was the fact and its weight and what came from it. He went to the oracle at Delphi to ask what penance could address what had happened. Apollo's oracle told him to go to Tiryns and serve Eurystheus, the king whose priority of birth Hera had arranged, the man who was everything Heracles was not, for 12 years, and to perform whatever labors Eurystheus set him. The labors numbered 12 in the tradition's settled form, their count matching the months of the year or the signs of the zodiac depending on which interpretive framework the Greeks applied, and they ranged from the local Peloponnese to the edges of the known world and eventually beyond it. The Nemean lion, whose skin no weapon could pierce, was strangled, and its impervious hide became Heracles' armor. the threat converted into protection, the monster's own invulnerability turned against everything else. The Lernaean Hydra regrew 2 heads for every 1 cut, until Heracles and his nephew Iolaus addressed the problem by cauterizing each stump before it could divide, a solution that required not more strength but a different application of it. The Stymphalian birds that Athena helped him drive into the air with a bronze rattle were shot from the sky. The Augean stables, containing 30 years of accumulated filth from thousands of cattle, were cleaned in a single day by diverting 2 rivers through them. The labor that looked most like ordinary work accomplished through an understanding of hydrology that Eurystheus had not anticipated when he assigned it. The later labors carried Heracles beyond the boundaries of the Greek world. The cattle of Geryon required a journey to the far west, past the point where the Mediterranean opened into the Atlantic, to an island beyond the Pillars of Heracles, the strait that would eventually bear his name, where a 3-bodied giant kept his red cattle guarded by a 2-headed dog and a giant herdsman. He killed all 3 and drove the cattle back across the width of the known world, a journey whose length the tradition acknowledged by distributing adventures across it with the generosity of a geography that did not want to waste the passage. The golden apples of the Hesperides required finding the garden at the edge of the world where Atlas's daughters kept the fruit that Hera had received as a wedding gift, and Heracles accomplished this by holding the sky on his shoulders while Atlas retrieved the apples, the hero briefly taking on the Titan's eternal burden, then using a request for a shoulder pad to trick Atlas into taking it back. The descent to bring Cerberus up from the underworld, the 12th labor, the final one, required Heracles to go where the dead went, to negotiate with Hades and Persephone for the temporary loan of their 3-headed guardian, to carry the dog up into the light and show it to Eurystheus, who was so frightened by the sight that he hid in a bronze jar, and to return the animal to the underworld, having demonstrated that the last boundary, the one between the living and the dead, was not closed to him either. The labors complete, Heracles did not stop. The tradition accumulated additional exploits around him, with the generosity reserved for figures who had demonstrated they could carry any amount of mythology without losing their essential shape. He freed Prometheus on his way to Geryon's cattle. He founded the Olympic Games, or refounded them, or established the sacred truce that governed them. The tradition assigned him the role of originator in contexts where origins needed a figure of sufficient magnitude to make them credible. He sacked Troy once, before the Trojan War, in a dispute over horses that Laomedon had promised and refused to deliver, an episode that planted the seeds of divine resentment against the city that would eventually contribute to its second and more famous destruction. His death came not from a monster or a king or a divine enemy, but from a poisoned garment sent by his wife Deianira from a misunderstanding that Hera had engineered so long ago that the mechanism had passed out of the goddess's direct control and was operating on its own momentum by the time it arrived. The centaur Nessus, dying from a wound Heracles had inflicted, had told Deianira that his blood was a love charm, that if she ever feared Heracles was losing interest in her, she should anoint a garment with it and give it to him to wear. Deianira believed him. When Heracles returned from a campaign bringing a captive woman whose beauty alarmed her, she sent the robe. He put it on. The centaur's blood poisoned by the Hydra's venom that had coated Heracles' arrow, burned into him with a fire that could not be extinguished, that consumed without killing quickly, that removed the option of simply dying and ending the pain. He had the pyre built on Mount Oeta. He climbed onto it himself and asked for it to be lit. Poias, or his son Philoctetes, the tradition wavering on whether father or son performed the act, lit the fire in exchange for Heracles' bow and quiver, and the flames rose around the greatest figure the heroic age had produced. Zeus sent clouds. They descended around the pyre and lifted Heracles from it, and what arrived on Olympus was no longer a mortal carrying divine parentage, but a god, the transformation complete, the suffering that had characterized every stage of his mortal life burned away along with everything else the fire consumed, leaving only the divine nature that had always been present underneath. Hera reconciled with him. The queen of the gods who had arranged his servitude and sent his madness and delayed his birth and tormented him from before his first breath gave him her daughter Hebe as his divine wife, youth itself married to the hero who had spent his life in labor, the goddess of the condition he had never been allowed to simply inhabit, given at last to the figure who had earned it through every other means. The apotheosis of Heracles was the heroic age's clearest theological statement, that the suffering the divine human union produced in its mortal carrier was not the point of the union but the price of it, and that the price paid fully resolved into something the suffering could not have predicted from inside itself. Troy was the heroic age's final act, the event toward which the divine human genealogies and the metamorphoses and the population of the world with figures of extraordinary capacity had all been moving, whether they knew it or not. It was also, as the Cypria preserved, a planned outcome, Zeus's solution to the problem of overpopulation, the war that would reduce the heroic generation to a manageable remnant and clear the ground for the Iron Age that Hesiod's own generation inhabited. The immediate cause was the wedding of Peleus and Thetis. Thetis was a sea nymph of considerable divine power, and the tradition placed her at the center of two prophecies simultaneously, that her son would be greater than his father, which was why Zeus had abandoned his own interest in her and arranged her marriage to a mortal, and that her mortal son would be either long-lived and obscure or short-lived and glorious, which was the choice that Achilles would eventually make. At the wedding, Eris, strife, the divine personification of discord, not invited, threw a golden apple inscribed for the fairest into the gathering, and Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite each claimed it. Zeus declined to judge between them and sent them to Paris, prince of Troy, who was living as a shepherd on Mount Ida in circumstances the tradition explained variously as a test of his character or the consequence of a prophecy that he would bring destruction on his city. Each goddess offered a bribe. Hera offered power and kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and skill in warfare. Aphrodite offered the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose Aphrodite, which was theologically consistent with the character the tradition had given him and strategically catastrophic for the city he came from. The most beautiful woman in the world was Helen, wife of Menelaus of Sparta, and Paris went to Sparta as a guest and left with Helen, violating the hospitality of Zeus Xenios in the most direct form available, taking the host's wife from the host's house. Menelaus called on the oath that all the suitors of Helen had sworn that they would come to the aid of whichever man married her if her marriage was ever threatened. The oath had been suggested by Odysseus, who had recognized that the gathering of Greece's greatest heroes around a single woman of divine beauty was a situation that required legal management, and the oath had bound them all. The ships assembled at Aulis, 1,000 of them, in the tradition's famous count, the greatest fleet the Greek world had ever gathered, carrying the last generation of heroes toward the city that Paris had condemned by choosing beauty over wisdom and power. Zeus's role in the war that followed was not the role of a partisan. He had made a promise to Thetis that the Greeks would suffer in Achilles' absence, that Achilles' honor would be restored, that the war's course would reflect the slight that Agamemnon had done to the greatest of the Greek warriors, and this promise drove the central action of the Iliad without making Zeus a supporter of the Trojan cause. He maintained instead a position of strategic oversight, managing the divine factions, Hera and Athena supporting the Greeks, Apollo and Aphrodite and Ares supporting Troy, with the authority of a figure who could restrain any of them when their intervention threatened the outcome he was overseeing, but who could not restrain the Moirai, whose decisions about when specific figures would die were not his to override. Sarpedon was his son, born of Zeus and the Lycian princess Laodamia, a mortal king whose qualities had made him one of the finest fighters on the Trojan side, and whose death the Moirai had assigned to a specific moment in the war's 9th year. When that moment approached, Zeus looked at the battle from Olympus and felt what the tradition calls grief, a specific divine emotion that is genuine in its quality even if limited in its duration. The father of gods and men watching a mortal child approach the death that fate had written before the child was born. He considered intervening. He asked Hera in the poem's account whether he should lift Sarpedon out of the battle and set him down alive in Lycia, far from the war. Hera's response was the most direct statement in all of the Iliad about the structure of the divine order that Zeus had built. If Zeus saved Sarpedon from his fated death, other gods would save their own favorites from theirs, and the fabric of fate that organized mortal life would unravel. Every divine parent would intervene for every divine child, and the Moirai's decisions would mean nothing, and the distinction between what was fated and what was merely desired would dissolve. Zeus sent drops of blood as rain, red drops falling on the Trojan plain, the sky god's grief expressed in the only form available to a figure who had built a cosmos on the acceptance of necessity, not as an intervention, but as a mark, the divine witness to a mortal death that the divine could not prevent. Sarpedon fell. Hypnos and Thanatos, sleep and death, carried his body back to Lycia for burial, and the tradition preserves this act of divine tenderness. The body of the fallen hero conveyed home with care, the gods doing what they could do since they could not do what they wanted to do. The Chrostasia, the weighing of souls, appeared in the war's final act. Book 22 of the Iliad gives it its fullest expression, Zeus lifting his golden scales before the final combat between Achilles and Hector, placing a lot representing each man's fate in one pan, watching the balance move. Hector's pan descended. Apollo, who had protected Hector throughout the war, withdrew. Achilles pursued Hector 3 times around the walls of Troy, and on the fourth circuit the end that the scales had shown arrived, and with it the war moved toward its conclusion. The horse, the Greeks inside it, the gates opened by Sinon's deception, the night fire, the city falling in the dark. Troy burned. The heroic age that the city's destruction completed did not simply end, it dispersed, its survivors scattering across the Mediterranean in the returns that would generate another generation of stories. Odysseus's 10-year journey, Agamemnon's murder at Mycenae, Aeneas's westward voyage toward the peninsula where his descendants would eventually found the city that would become the next great inheritor of the Greek mythological tradition. What followed the heroic age was the Iron Age, Hesiod's own age, the age of labor and diminishment and moral erosion, the age in which the direct presence of the gods in mortal affairs had receded to something more distant and less legible than the immediate divine interventions that had characterized the previous era. Zeus had not withdrawn. The tradition never described a moment of divine retirement. But the relationship between the divine world and the mortal one had changed in its texture, become more mediated, more dependent on oracle and omen and the interpretation of signs rather than on the direct appearance of gods in mortal company. Hesiod organized what he knew of this tradition in the late 8th century BCE, composing the Theogony and the Works and Days in a period when the Greek world was emerging from its own dark age, the collapse of the Bronze Age palace cultures, the loss of writing, the centuries of reduced population and reduced complexity that separated Mycenaean Greece from the Archaic period. He organized the mythology with the care of someone who understood that what he was doing was preservation as much as composition, that the traditions he was setting into verse would not otherwise survive the distance from their origins in the unrecoverable past to the present that needed them. A century and a half later, Xenophanes of Colophon looked at what Homer and Hesiod had produced and raised the first serious philosophical objection to the Olympian tradition. His argument was not complex, but it was precise. The gods that Homer and Hesiod described committed theft, adultery, and every kind of deception, which was not behavior appropriate to divine beings. And if one examined the practice of anthropomorphic religion comparatively, the problem became structural rather than merely incidental. Ethiopian gods were black and flat-nosed. Thracian gods were blue-eyed and red-haired. If horses had gods, those gods would look like horses. The divine images that the Greeks had inherited were not descriptions of actual divine beings. They were projections of the cultures that had made them, which meant that the Zeus who swallowed Metis and pursued Io and weighed fates on golden scales was a cultural artifact rather than a theological truth. Xenophanes was not arguing against religion. He was arguing against naive anthropomorphism, and he proposed in its place a divine unity, a God who moved the cosmos through the power of thought rather than through physical intervention, who bore no resemblance to mortal beings in either body or mind. The argument was sophisticated, and it was largely ignored by the cult practice of his contemporaries, who continued to sacrifice and pray and consult oracles with the practical religiosity of people who found the institutional forms of worship useful regardless of the philosophical questions those forms raised. Plato, 2 centuries after Xenophanes, argued in the Republic that the mythological accounts of Zeus's behavior, the swallowing of Metis, the affairs with mortal women, the occasional cruelty, the vulnerability to prophecy, were unfit for the education of citizens in a just city, because they presented the divine as a model of behavior that no well-ordered polity could afford to have its citizens imitate. His objection was moral rather than metaphysical. He was not denying that the gods existed, but arguing that the gods as Homer and Hesiod had described them were not sufficiently good to serve as the divine ground of a just human order. The Olympian tradition absorbed both challenges without being destroyed by either, because philosophical critique and active cult worship operated in different social registers and served different human needs. Ordinary Greeks continued to sacrifice to Zeus at his sanctuaries. At Olympia, where the great games were held every 4 years in his honor, from at least the 8th century BCE, at Dodona, where the oaks still rustled, at Athens, where the Olympion, the massive temple of Olympian Zeus, took centuries to complete and stood as the largest temple in the Greek world when it was finally finished under Hadrian in the 2nd century CE. The games at Olympia were attended by athletes and spectators from every corner of the Greek world, the sacred truce that accompanied them suspending even active wars to allow travel, the competition itself understood as an offering to Zeus of the most excellent mortal capacities, the divine witness receiving the best that human bodies could produce. The Romans received the tradition and translated it with the practical thoroughness they applied to everything they absorbed from the Greek world. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, greatest and best, occupied the Capitoline Hill from the dedication of his temple in 509 BCE, the year the Roman Republic was founded. The divine authority of the sky god aligned from the beginning with the institutional authority of republican governance. Roman generals returning from successful campaigns processed up the Capitoline to dedicate their spoils to Jupiter. Roman oaths were sworn before him. Roman augurs read his will in the flight of birds with the same interpretive tradition that Greek augurs had practiced at Olympia and Dodona. The mythology was different in its specifics. Jupiter's stories were Roman stories, organized around Roman history and Roman values, but the theological core was continuous with the Greek Zeus, the same sky god under a different name, maintaining the same structural role in a different political order. The Emperor Julian, called the apostate by the Christian tradition that reversed everything he attempted, tried in the 360s CE to restore the Olympian religion to its former institutional standing, closing the churches that Constantine had built and reopening the temples that generations of increasingly Christian emperors had allowed to fall into disuse. He sacrificed to Jupiter and Apollo and the other Olympians with a personal devotion that his contemporaries, Christian and pagan alike, found excessive. Some ancient sources reported that the blood of his sacrifices ran so freely that the temple steps were permanently stained. He died on campaign against Persia in 363 CE, and the revival died with him. Theodosius banned pagan worship altogether in 391 CE, and the last Olympic Games were held in 393 CE before their suppression, 12 centuries of quadrennial competition in Zeus's honor ending in a single imperial decree. The tradition did not disappear. It distributed itself into the forms that proved durable enough to carry it past the death of its cult, into the philosophical schools that found in Zeus Stoic resonances, the divine logos that organized the cosmos, into the work of mythographers like Apollodorus, who compiled the traditions with the care of scholars who understood they were preserving something that would not otherwise survive, into the visual culture of late antiquity, where Zeus and Jupiter continue to appear in mosaics and sculptures and carved gems long after the temples had been converted to churches or left to accumulate the slow archaeology of abandonment. The Renaissance recovered it entirely. The painters and sculptors of the 15th and 16th centuries found in the Zeus mythology precisely the vocabulary they needed for a visual culture that wanted to represent the full range of human and divine experience without the constraints of Christian iconography, the metamorphoses, the divine court, the heroes and their impossible tasks, the figures of cosmic scale moving through a landscape in which the divine and mortal were still in direct contact. Titian painted Dena and her golden shower. Michelangelo's Sistine ceiling placed the creative act of the Abrahamic god in postures borrowed from classical sculpture. Raphael's Vatican rooms were dense with figures descended from the same tradition that Xenophanes had questioned, and Plato had criticized, and Julian had tried to resurrect, and Theodosius had suppressed. The sky god who had emerged from a cave on Crete, who had freed the Cyclopes from Tartarus and taken the thunderbolt from their forge, who had weighed the fates of Hector and Achilles on golden scales and sent drops of blood as rain for Sarpedon, who had absorbed the wisdom of Metis and produced Athena from his own skull and extended the night of Heracles' conception to 3 times its ordinary length. This figure had become, over 3,000 years of continuous presence in Western thought and art, something that could not be contained in a temple or a cult or a single tradition's theological claims. He had passed through the death of his religion and come out the other side as the primary vocabulary of a civilization's imagination, the shape underneath the shapes, the oldest name the Indo-European languages possessed for the bright sky and the divine presence that the bright sky had always pointed toward. The oak at Dodona had stopped rustling as an oracle. The priests who had slept on the bare ground and eaten no cooked food were long gone. The temple on the Capitoline had become a church, then a ruin, then an archaeological site, then a tourist destination. The last flame in the last temple had gone out. But the light that had been there since before the Titans, the light that Uranus had been before Cronus raised the sickle, the light that Zeus had carried since the Cyclopes placed it in his hand in that deep Tartarian forge, had simply moved into different containers, the way fire moves when the wood burns down, finding new fuel, continuing in a form the original wood could not have anticipated. The history is old enough and has traveled far enough that oldness itself has become one of its qualities, the sense of having been present through everything, of having watched the ages move from gold to iron and kept burning through all of them, available to anyone willing to be still long enough to hear the oak's leaves move in the wind. The journey is complete.